Hello and welcome to this very special virtual version of the Open Session 2020 of the European Commission for the Control of Foot and Mouth Disease. I'm Carissa Miller, a veterinarian working with EUFMD currently, and I'll be moderating this official opening session, as well as a number of other sessions throughout the week. To kickstart this official opening session, I wish to introduce to you Fabrizio Rosso, our Deputy Executive Secretary of EUFMD. Fabrizio, over to you.
Thank you, Carissa, and welcome to all the participants to this Open Session 2020. Last time that we met was in a beautiful location in Borgo Egnazia in Puglia in 2018. And we meet today in this beautiful virtual lighthouse, which of course cannot replace the beauty of meeting face-to-face, but can at least making our work during this conference a bit different, considering that probably many of us have dealt with virtual meetings and smart working in the last months. And it might be also an opportunity to reflect on the possibility to use virtual reality for training in order to improve the impact of capacity building initiatives with innovative solutions. The open session is normally held in October, and this year it was postponed to December to adapt it to the virtual setting, and taking also the opportunity to organize it around the days when the EUFMD was established. It was in fact on the 11th December 1953 when the Constitution was approved, with the first countries joining the Commission during the following days. The title of the Open Session 2020 is Likelihood at Risk in a Faster World. We wanted to highlight the importance of increasing the resilience of livelihood to threat and crisis, which is also one of the FAO strategic objectives. And the risk for livelihood due to the not infrequent incursion or jump of viruses between different regions and pools. The open session will therefore be focused on monitoring and mapping risk and reflect on how the risk changes can be better addressed by improved surveillance, prevention, and control. How policies and preparedness planning could ensure proper response and greater resilience of business during crisis. Allow me to thank the EUFMD team for the efforts made for organizing the open session. You will have the opportunity to meet some of them during the sessions or at the dedicated areas of the virtual space, which I really encourage you to visit. I would like also to thank the speakers who have accepted to present and the authors of several abstracts that we have received. We have received so many abstracts that was not possible to have them all as oral presentations. But we hope that the virtual posters are an opportunity for the authors to better share the work done and the results achieved. Finally, I would like to thank our GF-TADS partners, the OIE and FAO, the reference laboratories, regional organizations and other partners, and the European Commission for being always supportive to our initiatives, which we try to implement with innovative spirit. I really hope that you will enjoy the open session. And Carissa, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio. It's now with pleasure that I'd like to hand you over to Jean-Luc Angot, Inspector Général de Santé Publique Vétérinaire at the French Ministry for Agriculture and Food, also the Vice Chair of the EUFMD and the former President. Jean-Luc, over to you.
Thank you very much, Carissa and Fabrizio. Dear all, it's a pleasure for me to open with Martin Blake this open session. The Open Session 20 was expected to be held in Marseille in October 2020, but due to the COVID crisis, was transformed into a virtual event. the EUFMD has tried to provide a new shape for the Open Session 20, maintaining the focus of foot and mouth disease, but including other similar transboundary animal diseases as part of his extended mandate and bringing innovative solutions for the new virtual format. Innovation is an important component of the EUFMD activity, as well as one of the FAO's central driving force for achieving the FAO's Sustainable Development Goals. The innovative solution adopted for the Open Session 20 is only one example of how activities are taken forward by EUFMD and how the challenges are taken as opportunities for new ways of delivery of the program of improve its impact. In recent years, foot and mouth and similar transboundary animal diseases have made frequent and unprecedented intercontinental and interregional incursions that have not always been contained. This has affected the livelihoods of millions of livestock keepers and placed new demands for delivery of animal health services. The global dimension of the problem highlights the importance of improved preventions and control of transboundary animal diseases as One Health approach to achieve good health outcomes, recognizing the importance of interaction between people, animals, plants, and environment. As this virtual conference, public and private sectors have been invited to participate and contribute to address the questions on how collaborative, multisectoral, and transdisciplinary approach can be improved for controlling health. The collaboration between public and private sectors is considered as one key aspect for improving assessment of risk, prevention, surveillance, control, response capacity for the so-called fast diseases. And the EUFMD work plan is also focused on building enabling environments able to create new partnerships. Such partnerships can in fact contribute to improve performances and quality of services aimed at controlling transboundary animal diseases, making national economies stronger, but also to improve trust in public and private sectors, reduce business risks, and increase opportunities. I wish you a fruitful open session with a high level of attendance, and I take the opportunity to thank a lot Chris Subson for his hard work as EUFMD Executive Secretary. It was a pleasure to work with Chris. And I wish also him the best as FAO Chief Veterinary Officer. I thank also the Standing Technical Committee chaired by Stéphane Zantara, and I thank the efficient EUFMD team. Congratulations to Fabrizio as the new Deputy Executive Secretary and best wishes. And now I give the floor to our President, Martin Blake. Thank you very much and have a good work.
Thank you so much, Jean-Luc. And as you mentioned, it's now, we're going to put in now Matthew Stone, the Deputy Director General of International Standards and Science for the World Organization for Animal Health, or the OIE. Thank you very much, Matthew.
Thank you, Carissa, and greeting colleagues from around the world. On behalf of the World Organization for Animal Health, OIE, I thank EUFMD for our partnership. I provide our commitment to the common objectives in the EUFMD organizational strategy on FMD and similar transboundary animal diseases. And I extend our congratulations on this innovative format for the Open Session 2020. This innovative virtual format spread out over 4 sessions in the next 2 weeks is set to deliver an excellent program of interdisciplinary science relating to fast disease risk management. Livelihoods at risk is a theme that resonates in 2020, given the sanitary, economic, and socio-political shocks that are affecting livelihoods around the world. An important challenge for all of us working in animal health is to recognize the complexity of the systems, the livestock systems we work in, their exposure to external risks, and their need to adapt to changing priorities. Most importantly, the priorities signaled in the Sustainable Development Goals. One very simple message cuts through this complexity. Animal diseases create risks and incur costs and losses that we must minimize. If we don't, livelihoods are threatened and sustainable economic development is thwarted. The complexity of the systems we work in demands that we understand these risks by studying population dynamics, movements and contact networks, value chains, the regulatory impacts from policy options, and the market economics of production and trade, disease and control. We must improve our detection and response systems through early warning surveillance, diagnostic systems enhancements, and vaccine supply and demand matching to epidemiological scenarios. It is heartening to see that resilience, readiness, risk management, and business continuity are now central themes for governments, private enterprise, and international organizations. Evidence-based policy making, authentic and early engagement of stakeholders, results-based program design, and performance-based monitoring and evaluation will continue to be the basis for good regulatory practices in governments and international organizations. This is how we hold up our end of the public-private partnership. I found all these themes and more running through the papers and posters on this open session program, and I congratulate the authors, presenters, and EUFMD for bringing it together for our benefit. The OIE and our members will approve our own strategic plan during the general session in 2021. The themes running through our plan are interdisciplinary science, digital transformation, understanding and responding to our members' needs, partnerships, including being a good partner, and agility and efficiency in our internal processes. Delivering on these objectives requires OIE to work closely with EUFMD, with FAO through the Global Framework for Transboundary Animal Disease, with our tripartite partner WHO, in new partnerships reflecting new priorities, most notably with UN Environment Programme, and with our in-country networks of delegates, focal points, and reference centres. That is also our commitment. For many of us, there are aspects of 2020 that evoke the desire to forget, or, in the immortal words of the previous coach after an All Blacks loss, to flush the dunny and move on. But we have relearnt lessons this year that we should never forget. A conference such as the Open Session 2020 is the perfect time for learning and reflection, consolidating our reaction to the challenges we face together. The worst time to play the All Blacks is after they've been beaten, as Los Pumas from Argentina found out after their historic and well-deserved victory 2 weeks ago. The challenges we have faced this year will help us all involved in animal health, animal welfare, and veterinary public health to innovate, to build back better, to forge new partnerships while valuing traditional knowledge and diversity. I hope that you are finishing this year in an optimistic mood, ready to implement what we have learned. I'm sure this conference will help with that. Thank you to EUFMD, and I wish you all a thought-provoking open session. Back to you, Carissa.
Thank you very much, Matthew. And thanks also for your inspirational All Blacks analogies there. I'd like to now pass over to Alf Eckbert Fussell, the European Commission's Directorate General for Health and Food Safety, the DG Sante, Unit for Animal Health and Welfare. Thank you, Alf.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues all over the globe. On behalf of the DG Sante in the European Commission, I would like to send my best regards to all of you, and certainly starting to wish you a successful and fruitful open session. I think the EUFMD documents on its website 41 open sessions, starting with the one in September 1970 in Istanbul. During these 50 years, the open session has been held in different, usually carefully selected scenic places from Asia to the Americas. It has brought together hundreds of renowned scientists, so much renowned that it would be unwise to single out a few of them. But beside the leading experts in the field, the open session has also given a stage to postgraduate and PhD students, as well as to technical laboratory staff, both in keynote speeches and in the poster sessions. The open session has remained a forum to exchange latest research in times prior to publication, and an opportunity to receive critical review of findings from colleagues in the same field or in related fields of research. Since the times when I attended the open session for the first time, roughly 20 years ago, the support by the EU to the activities carried out by EUFMD has grown almost 6 times to impressive 3 million euro per year for the current 4 years period. And specific contributions are made to the work of the World Reference Laboratory. So the part of research is certainly an important part of these activities of EUFMD and find their full support by the EU Commission. I had the honor and the privilege to follow the growth of this network of FMD experts, even in times when, due to a quite favorable situation, at least in certain more developed countries in the world, the FMD was not necessarily in the focus of national research funding. Now, after 50 years of focus on FMD alone, the new concept and extended mandate of fast diseases will allow to draw more experience also from experts in the field of other transboundary diseases, and will further extend the network while keeping strong focus on FMD. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the team of EUFMD and its Executive Secretary Keith Sampson in particular for having organized this event, and I wish the participants great success even under these very particular corona circumstances. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fussell. And next, I have the pleasure of introducing Keith Sumption, the Chief Veterinary Officer for the Food and Agriculture Organization and the Executive Secretary of EUFMD. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you very much, Carissa, and welcome everyone to this Open Session 2020. I have had the pleasure of being the secretary through 10 open sessions, starting with the one in 2002, which followed on very soon after the enormous outbreak which had happened in Northern Europe in 2001. So then we thought, well, 100 people is a big number to have. But what has been fantastic to see is how, with the years, the number of people that have been engaged, from their student research through to those who are buying, commissioning, and using research, that number has grown, because the science behind disease control matters for everyone. It matters now, we know, for human health as well. but for animal health, what you do as scientists, how we use your research matters really for everyone. Every one of those sessions has been different, and during that time, as our virology experts tell us, the virus has changed, the setting has changed, the setting for disease control, the priorities for countries have changed, the people, all of us involved. We need to adapt, and we adapt to those changes. This year has seen, obviously, a lot of adaptation, but even old commissions, such as the one EUFMD, they've been adapting to the increased threats of animal disease of similar nature to foot and mouth disease, and we welcome the change to fast diseases, recognizing the similar epidemiology of many diseases and the threats to many livelihoods that are common to them. The threats of those diseases we have seen in the last year. Other diseases apart from coronavirus have spread significantly this year. Continuing spread of lumpy skin disease, and that's a major concern for East Asia, South Asia, and for other regions. Rift Valley fever threatens new regions, while at the same time it also seriously threatens human health in Africa. FMD remains a rampant infection in many parts of Africa and Asia, and that creates risks really of a global nature. Progressive control of disease. Well, back in 2008, the development of the progressive control pathway came from a meeting like this, an open session, as we debated how could we really address the fact that there are huge health inequalities between countries around the globe, and foot and mouth disease, perhaps most of all, is one of the most challenging to control by sanitary means. We need to find ways which are possible to increase the access of animal health keepers to healthcare. 2 years ago, we debated how to make vaccines more available. What would it take? What kind of organizational structure? What kind of investments, encouragement would it need to make vaccines available for foot and mouth disease and others, to really make them available to all, to revolutionize vaccine availability? Well, one of the answers, sadly, is to learn from a pandemic that we're all learning from. And the public-private partnerships that have shown their way, that with the right investment and with the right demands and with the right companies and with the right technologies, then it is possible to develop vaccines, to register them and bring them into use quickly. And for animal disease, we have a shortage of those vaccines that really do are fit for purpose available. Foot and mouth disease, fast diseases exploit the vacuum between these gaps, these inequalities in animal health, inequalities that exist in the economic possibilities at the level of farmers, at countries, and in regions. The debate remains as vital as ever. We very much encourage people to make use of these sessions, to enter into the debate, enter into the discussions, and contribute to finding better solutions. Being open to new ideas, I hope, will be a continuing nature of these sessions. I thank all those who've made it possible for us to meet in this way. I thank the commissioners, the officers that have made EUFMD such a creative place, giving trust to me and the team to develop these sessions, to have these debates. I'd like to thank Alf Fussell for his long-term commitment to the Commission, its work, and to FMD control. Very much to Nadia, Fabrizio, Cecile and team who put this together, and to Stefan and the technical committee for organizing such an interesting session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Keith. We now will hear from Martin Blake, the Chief Veterinary Officer for Ireland and the EUFMD President. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you very much, Carissa. Good morning, everyone. As Carissa says, I'm Martin Blake. I'm the Chief Veterinary Officer of Ireland and Delegate of Ireland to the OIE. And I'm really honoured to be the current chair of EUFMD Commission. I trust you're all keeping well in these very challenging times. and I'm really pleased to be here to join with you today and to support the work of my colleagues, my colleagues in the EUFMD in presenting this open session. As others have recorded, 2020 has been a year apart, a different type of year. And so, to paraphrase Robbie Burns, the Scottish poet, in his famous poem To a Mouse, the best laid plans of mice and men often go astray. So it was for EUFMD as well this year. There was a major disruptor globally. And that disruptor, I suppose, was what resonated with us in the veterinary and animal health communities in that it was a human health pandemic. And similar to the challenges we've been grappling with foot and mouth disease and other fast diseases, we see our medical colleagues encounter the same challenges, be it in relation to diagnostics, surveillance, quarantine, movement controls, vaccinations, economic impacts, social impacts, exploring the value of public-private partnerships, looking at the communication challenges. And I suppose this pandemic has also been a real example of One Health in action, where we've seen colleagues in veterinary services supporting our medical colleagues in areas like laboratories and in the context of epidemiological modelling. So maybe if we would just reflect on the history of EUFMD, as Fabrizio mentioned, the Constitution was signed in 1953, in December 1953, and the first members signed up shortly thereafter, and it became recognised in early 1954. And over that period of time, its objective has been to explore international collaboration to address the challenge of FMD in Europe. And the organisation itself has evolved, as others have mentioned. And the focus of the work programme for the last number of years has been focused on three pillars. Firstly, to actually address the concerns and support our member states who fund us. And also to reach into the European neighbourhood to support countries in that area. And furthermore, then to actually leverage what we've been doing and the learnings and activities we've been doing to feed into the global efforts of our partners in FAO and OIE in the context of actually dealing with global issues. But obviously 2020 disrupted our business model. But we also see in the context of FMD challenges and other fast disease challenges, as Keith has said, expansion of disease risks. And we've seen very noticeable disruption in the context of samples being submitted to our reference laboratories from around the world. Therefore, our view and perspective on disease has been interrupted somewhat. So EUFMD had to actually fast track a rebuilding into a new virtual world. Obviously, some events could not happen, but the organisation looked to innovate and provide alternative ways. And I have to recognise the enormous effort on behalf of the staff, and to do this in a transformed working model as well, where most people are working from home. The organisation has reached out and engaged with large numbers of people online this year. I have to recognise the extraordinary effort and commitment. So looking to the future, EUFMD hopes to continue with this approach in the context of our three-pillar approach to our member countries, our European neighbourhood, and globally, and to support OIE and FAO in the global framework for transboundary animal diseases. And as Keith has mentioned and others have mentioned, we've expanded our scope over the last 2 years into other similar transboundary diseases. And we look to actually continue in the areas of training, contingency planning, diagnostics, proficiency testing, risk analysis, supports to laboratories, vaccination, public-private partnerships, and socio-economic aspects, the course which just finished recently. The open session is an especially significant event in the life cycle of EUFMD. And Keith and Alf have actually traced the history of this. It allows researchers and policymakers to come together to explore issues. It provides an opportunity for researchers and young graduates and undergraduates even to actually present their work. We had been looking forward to meeting up in Marseille this year. An arrangement had been made, the venue has been organised, much effort by the team with support from Jean-Luc and other French colleagues, but we had to reposition and pivot. So this biennial event is now in the virtual world, and we thought it was really important that we'll go ahead. It allows new thinking and new thinking to be brought forward, and this new model allows that. I'm really just delighted to see the excellent program over the 4 days between this week and next week, and I really acknowledge the response and engagement of the research community. A particular word of thanks to our standing technical committee under the chairmanship of Stefan Zantara, which provides the leadership necessary to guide the theme and the content of the open session. So I promised I wouldn't delay you very long, but I really want to thank you, the participants, for your interest. I want to thank all researchers who've submitted presentations and posters for their time and sharing their expertise. Thanks to our partners, in particular the EU, FAO and OIE, to our reference laboratory colleagues in the Pirbright Institute, Cienciano and ANSES, other stakeholders in the public and private sphere. I want to thank my colleagues on the executive committee and to all our member states who fund us. But a special thanks to the EUFM team for the excellent, innovative and enthusiastic engagement and response to the challenge of COVID and continue to deliver on our work programs. I wish you well for the conference. I hope you learn a lot. I'm going to leave you with a quote from one of Ireland's most famous poets, and it originated from a reflection of his observation of a herd of cattle in a winter's field, standing under a hedge, as he said, plastered and wet, looking at you with big patient eyes, just taking what came until something else came along. A reflection of endurance and resilience. And his comment was, if we winter this one out, we can summer anywhere. So in that regard, I wish you all well and stay safe. But before I finish, I have one last word. I just want to reflect on Keith's contribution to EUFMD. I cannot let the occasion pass without actually acknowledging the enormous contribution he has made. As you know, Keith was appointed CVO of FAO this summer, and we wish him well in his new role. But since 2001, Keith was the executive secretary of EUFMD, and during this time he has challenged and led the organization to where it is today. EUFMD is now a strategic asset to member states of the European region. It's an innovative, flexible and responsive organization that's acknowledged as a global leader in all things FMD, a trusted partner to OIE and FAO in supporting their strategic objectives. And now we're leveraging the strengths of EUFMD in support of members and partners with regard to other fast diseases. I can say with certainty that Keith leaves EUFMD in a great place. So in this context, the Executive Committee and the EUFMD team have presented a small gift to Keith in recognition of his tireless work for EUFMD and its members. So thanks very much, Keith. Well done, wish you well. So back over to you, Keith, and then back to Carissa. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Martin, for your words. And if I understand, I am to open something now. I think that's the which I can assure you I haven't opened it before. I've been very curious. But wow, this is, I don't know if it shows up on the screen, but thank you very, very much. That really is, I'm very touched. And if I have made it a better place, then I'm very grateful for that. I'm very grateful for the support. So thank you very much. I'm quite touched. Thank you.
And Keith, indeed, this is on behalf of, well, many people and colleagues you have worked with and you have inspired with your ideas. And we wanted actually to name them on the back of that. But then it was actually, we realized that it was not possible. And we heard several times the word of innovation in the different speeches of this morning, and it is something that we really all recognize to you and your contribution. So thank you on behalf of the team, but again, on behalf of all the people that you met and colleagues that you met in these years of work with UFMD.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Carissa.
Thank you very much. And yes, thank you also to Keith. That was a very well-deserved gift and token of appreciation. We have one final presenter for the welcoming remarks this session, Stéphane Zientara, the head of the research unit at ANSES, the French Agency for Food, Environmental and Occupational Health and Safety, and also the president of the Standing Technical Committee of the EUFMD. Thank you, Stéphane.
Thank you very much, Carissa. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege for me to welcome you to this Opus Session 20 on behalf of the Standing Technical Committee. As it has already been underlined by Dr. Jean-Luc Angot, because of SARS-CoV-2, we cannot be in the beautiful town of Marseille in France for this open session. And it's not because I'm French, but I really encourage you to visit Marseille one day. What is the open session of the Standing Technical Committee? The Standing Technical Committee, STC, is a committee of the EUFMD Commission selected on the basis of individual expertise with the objective of providing guidance to the sessions of the commissions to review proposed studies and their progress and to identify issues affecting foot and mouth disease management that need to be brought to the agenda of the Commission and Member States. Every 2 years, the open session of the STC is organized to open the discussion with the scientific community, and review recent studies and their results. So this year, how is the open session organized? The Open Session 20 is organized in 4 sessions, chaired by 4 STC members, Professor James Wood, Professor Katharina Stark, Dr. Sten Mortensen, and Dr. German Cáceres Garrido. We have received 105 abstracts and 1,400 participants have registered to the event, which is also provided in streaming through social media. Thank you very, very much for your massive participation. Each session has a dedicated poster area focused on the theme of the session, and a dedicated poster area is focused on diagnosis and virus characterization. Following the open session, workshops will also be organized in January to reflect, discuss, and work on the conference outcomes. The workshops that will be organized are focused on risk mapping and forecasting, surveillance on applied research, EUFMDs for improved preparedness, vaccine security, and assuring the supply of quality vaccines, which will be chaired by the STC member, Dr. Giancarlo Ferrari. Conclusion of the OS 20 will be provided on the 16th of February in a virtual event. The focus of the Open Session 20 remains foot and mouth, but similar transboundary animal diseases have been included as part of the extended mandate, and therefore, for this opening session, we will have free presentation to setting the scene and discuss the global epidemiological situation of FMD, PPR, presbyterian ruminant, and lumpy skin disease. You may walk around the virtual area, visit the virtual rooms, play the Get Prepared game and the Lesion Aging 1, listen to podcasts, admire the posters and the designs by Enrique. So I would like to thank very, very much my 5 colleagues of the Standing Technical Committee. I think we did and we do a good job in a nice and friendly atmosphere. Thank you also to the EUFMD Executive Committee, and in particular to its president, Dr. Martin Blake, and to the 2 vice chairs, Dr. Brogniart and Dr. Jean-Luc Angot, and the other members of the Executive Committee. Special thank also to Dr. Alf Fussell from the EU Commission. I've appreciated a lot working with him for the past 30 years. I would also like to thank very much the EU-FMD teams. They do a fantastic work, are all very competent, and it's a pleasure to work with them. I will give a special thanks to Keith Samson, who did a huge work as Executive Secretary of the EU-FMD. Fabricio Rozzo, it is a really great pleasure to work with you. Nadia, Cecile, and all the other members of the EU-FMD team. I don't have time to quote everybody. So now, on behalf of the STC, I wish everybody a very, very pleasant meeting. Over to you, Carissa.
Thank you so much, Stefan. So that concludes the opening remarks for this formal session. Thank you to all our guests for providing the opening remarks and for sharing their experience and insights, and for setting the scene really well for this Open Session 2020. We will next have 3 presentations as part of the official opening session, but before we do that, I'd like to begin just with a very brief overview of some of the processes and approach that we'll be using during this open session that Stefan just touched on briefly as well. So this open session is a biennial event, as most of you would know, that EU-FMD has been hosting since the 1970s. But this is the first online open session, and so things will be run a little bit differently. One of the benefits, I suppose, is that this is allowed us to have a very large audience. We've got now over 1,400 registered participants. So the reach of this open session in particular is very large, which is fantastic. This year, the open session will exist in a virtual space, which can be accessed via the event website, eufmdvirtual.com. My colleagues in the support team will be posting any links or email addresses that I mention right now in the comments section of the Facebook and YouTube live streams, just for your information. So you will find on that website all of the event information that you need, as well as the virtual event itself. Now, if you registered for the virtual event, then you will have received a pass code in an email, so personal login credentials, and to access the open session special event. If you have not received these, you can write to the open session email to get your password. Within the virtual event, I'd really encourage you to take the virtual tour, where you can see a number of different information desks on some initiatives of EU-FMD and their partner organisations. These include information on training events, on EU-FMDIS, the disease spread modelling program, on emergency preparedness such as Get Prepared and PQ vaccines, Pragmatist, on CIMEX, risk forecasting, and partner Global Foot and Mouth Disease Research Alliance. There's also a gaming area where you can play the Get Prepared game, and you can also test your lesion aging skills in that gaming area as well. There's a live chat box where you can send questions into the EU-FMD team related to anything to do with the open session itself, or if you are curious to know more about EU-FMD and its work plan. And you can view the posters related to every session and listen to podcasts that summarise the content of those posters as well. Now, there is also a forum available on that website where you can post your questions that are related specifically to the presentations that the presenters will be giving, the speakers will be giving during the open sessions. So the forum questions will be addressed at the end of each session during a round table, where the presenters will be invited to respond to those questions as well. Now, all the sessions will be streamed on Facebook and YouTube and the virtual site and replayed from 1700 hours CET, that's Central Europe time, for anyone who is unable to make this live broadcast. And now I will hand over to our support team in preparation for the beginning of session 1, which will start at 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I'd now like to introduce Dr. Don King to provide a presentation as part of this formal opening ceremony. Don is the head of the Vesicular Disease Reference Laboratory Group, the Pirbright Institute, and his talk is on the global foot and mouth disease situation. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for joining today to listen to my talk. I first take the opportunity to pass on my best wishes and hope that you, your family, and your colleagues are safe during these difficult times. I'm very happy to be asked to provide an overview on the global situation regarding foot and mouth disease, and I congratulate EUFMD for putting together this excellent meeting with a full agenda. My talk today will cover an overview of FMD surveillance activities from a global perspective, with perhaps some useful background information and a brief reminder about FMD for those of you who are joining the EUFMD open session for the first time. I will highlight new and emerging events that impact on the control of the disease, particularly focusing on those outbreaks and events that have occurred in the past 2 years since we met at Puglia for the last open session. As usual, I start the presentation with a slide that summarizes the distribution of FMD in different parts of the world. Endemic FMD circulation is maintained in those countries highlighted here in red that are located in large parts of Asia and Africa. You can see on the slide that we also highlight 7 ovals, which represent the 7 endemic pools for FMD. And these are unique ecosystems that maintain specific FMD viruses. And this is an important point because the specific viruses that circulate within these endemic pools do not usually spread more widely from a global perspective. Of course, I mentioned this point because later on in the talk, I'm going to highlight some examples of where FMD viruses have recently spread to cause outbreaks in more distant pools. The pool concept remains a useful tool that helps us prioritize the development of tailored diagnostics and use vaccines to control outbreaks due to specific viral lineages. So across the world, we recognize that current FMD outbreaks are due to 6 different serotypes, where serotype C has not been detected for over 15 years since the last reported cases in Kenya and Brazil. Most of the information provided in my talk today summarizes the work of the OIE FAO FMD laboratory network, and you can see here on the slide the website for our network is highlighted for those of you who are interested in finding more information. So this network represents all of the 15 OIE and OIE reference laboratories, and you can see the location of these laboratories on the slide, as well as a number of affiliate laboratories that contribute to the surveillance of FMD in endemic countries, as well as the evaluation of FMD vaccines. So the purpose of the network is to collate and exchange data, to review FMD risks, and also to improve the use of diagnostic tests and harmonize the methods that are used in diagnostic laboratories. On this next slide, I summarize the data collected by the network over the past 5 years. So the figures at the bottom of the slide here show a breakdown of the clinical samples that have been collected during this period, either by endemic pool, so the pools are labeled from 1 to 7 with the location of these pools shown in the map at the top of the slide, or a breakdown of the characterization of these samples into the different viral serotypes, which are represented by the pie charts at the far bottom of the slide. So you can see that the network is testing somewhere between 2,000 and 3,500 samples per year. These graphs don't show the larger number of serological samples, which were also submitted for testing to laboratories. So it just focuses only on clinical materials from where we're trying to characterize field outbreaks. I think perhaps there's an important message that if you look at the pie charts at the bottom of the slide, you can see the segments that are either white or black, and these are samples that are either where it's not been possible to type the samples, or where no virus has been detected in the clinical samples. And this perhaps emphasizes the importance of making sure that the field teams are collecting the correct sample type, and that the dispatch of samples to reference laboratories is done correctly to ensure this subsequent recovery of virus material from those samples. So we use this data to define the relative importance of the different viral lineages in each of the pools. And I think you can see for yourself that the surveillance activities in these different pools is not equal. And there are perhaps surveillance gaps, particularly in pool 5 in West Africa and pool 6 in Southern Africa, where sampling is lower than is evident for some of the other endemic pools. It is inevitable that international FMD surveillance activities have been impacted by the ongoing COVID-19 epidemic. And when we met as a network in a virtual format last week, partners within the network highlighted a number of difficulties and problems that they've been experiencing since the beginning of the year, which have impacted on their ability to either collect samples or to test samples in laboratories. So these factors are listed here on the slide, or some of these factors are listed here on the slide. Certainly there has been difficulties in sourcing some of the specific laboratory reagents for testing, particularly molecular testing. There have been local shortages in PPE. A number of laboratories have been repurposed. So there's been an inevitable change of purpose for laboratories in that they are now much more focused on helping national efforts for SARS-CoV-2 testing rather than testing of animal diseases. There have been restrictions to send veterinary teams out into the field and difficulties to arrange international shipments. And so just perhaps to highlight how these factors have impacted or currently impacting surveillance activities, the image at the bottom of the slide just summarizes data for the World Reference Laboratory at Pirbright and the samples that have been collected during 2020. And although I recognize there's still a few more weeks to go during this year, you can see for yourselves that the number of samples that have been received, as well as the extent of different countries that have submitted samples for testing, is dramatically reduced from those that are sent in any typical year. The remainder of my talk will focus on some key epidemiological events relating to the spread of FMD. So most of these examples relate to long distance or transport movements of the virus. And so the map highlights some of the key events that have occurred either in Asia or in Africa relating to the spread of viruses. So in Asia, we see viruses moving from pool 2, so countries such as India, Bangladesh, and Nepal, to cause outbreaks both in the Middle East as well as in Southeast Asia. In Southeast Asia, we get onward spread of viruses to countries in East Asia. And then in Africa, we also see viruses moving from livestock intensive or livestock dense regions into countries in North Africa, from West Africa or East Africa, and also the spread of viruses from countries such as Tanzania into countries such as Zambia. So the presentation will highlight some of these events and give you some further detail regarding these recent cases. There are perhaps no single cause that's underpinning these movements. On the slide here, we highlight perhaps some factors that may be driving the viruses to move at these long distances. Certainly, movement of infected animals is, of course, an easy route by which viruses can be spread. And there's certainly evidence that viruses are being moved longer distances to serve increased demands for animal protein. There's also, of course, the migration of people and certainly transient workers, perhaps also bringing infected animal products with them and moving the virus into new regions. And then, of course, a lot of focus on new opportunities for the spread of FMD via new trade routes, particularly the building of roads, which also facilitates the movement of the virus. The first of these examples is the O India 2001 lineage. This is a lineage that has come from pool 2 to cause outbreaks to the west in countries in the Gulf states of the Middle East and as far distant as countries in North Africa. And has also caused outbreaks in Southeast Asia, so spread in an easterly direction, which have generated further outbreaks in countries in East Asia, such as China and Russia and Mongolia. So this virus lineage exists in 2 flavors, 2 sublineages called D and E, and we can use full genomic sequence data that has been generated by a wide range of different reference laboratories, which are represented by the different logos shown here on the slide, to show the frequency by which viruses from these 2 sublineages have caused outbreaks in these different countries. The most recent of these outbreaks, or the most recent incursion of this lineage into a new region, have been the cases that occurred during 2019, where this lineage was detected for the first time in Pakistan. We're also carefully monitoring the ongoing FMD situation in North African countries. And perhaps the situation in 3 of these countries, Tunisia and Algeria and Morocco, is a good example of the way that viruses are moving recently to cause outbreaks in new geographical areas. And so prior to 2013, FMD had been absent from these countries for a number of years. But in 2013, they had outbreaks due to the India 2001 lineage, which we believe was introduced via cases that occurred in Libya. Subsequent to these cases, there have been new incursions of FMD, this time of viruses that are normally found in countries to the south or countries to the east, and these are African viruses. So we've had outbreaks in 2017 due to the A-Africa G4 group, and then in 2018 through the O East Africa 3 topotype. And so again, using genetic data, we're able to show that the outbreaks that have occurred in these countries due to both of these viral serotypes are linked to cases that have been found elsewhere in West African countries. And certainly this raises the idea that viruses are now moving more regularly or more frequently across the Sahara. And perhaps these events have been facilitated through the building of a new road, which passes through a number of countries in West Africa and ends up on the Mediterranean in Tunisia and Algeria. And so subsequent to the cases that occurred in 2018, in 2020, there have been new cases of FMD, this time reported in Libya, where over 1,000 FMD cases have been reported with almost 200 deaths At the moment, there's no sequence data, and I think we're waiting to see samples received into the network so that we can understand whether these are a new incursion of FMD into the region. Elsewhere in Africa, the East Africa 2 topotype has spread to cause new outbreaks in new countries. So the most recent of these cases have occurred in 2019, where FMD viruses from this lineage caused outbreaks on the islands of the Comoros in the Indian Ocean. And so again, good sequence exchange between network partners showed that these sequences were very closely related to sequences that have been recovered from other outbreaks which occurred in Tanzania. And here the data was kindly provided to the network from Professor Christopher Kasanga from Sokoine University of Agriculture in Tanzania. And so these cases had occurred broadly at the same time when the same lineage had caused outbreaks across Zambia, where outbreaks have been spreading from the east to the west. And there have been a number of outbreaks due to this virus lineage in Zambia. And this poses potential onward spread to countries further south in Southern Africa. But again, sequence data has been used to characterize the viruses causing these outbreaks. And we're able to show that the outbreaks in the Comoros and the outbreaks in Zambia are due to different viruses, which are at least 15% nucleotide difference. And so they're discrete events where the virus has been moving on separate fronts. Perhaps from a positive perspective, again, the work of the network undertakes work to look at vaccine matching for field strains, and the vaccine matching data indicates that some of the frequently used FMD vaccines will provide protection against viruses from this lineage. I've used the previous slides to highlight what are perhaps the most important transport movements or long distance movements of FMD virus that have occurred recently. But it's important to recognize that these events have not occurred in isolation, and there have been a number of other examples of FMD viruses moving long distances in recent years. So this table just highlights some of those events, which perhaps gives you an indication of the lineages involved, the source regions and the destination regions for those viruses. When viruses move, there's quite often concerns about whether or not the viruses that are moving are adequately matched. And I think we saw in 2015 the spread of the Asia G7 lineage into countries in the Middle East, where the vaccines that were being adopted for use in those countries were not adequately matched against the new virus that had come in. So there had to be actually a new vaccine made in response to the incursion of the new viral lineage. I think perhaps the table also highlights that there are some pools, and here I say perhaps pool 2, which provides has provided a common source for a number of different viral lineages that have moved from pool 2 to cause other outbreaks in other geographical regions. So in addition to serotypes O and A, we've also seen outbreaks due to serotype Asia 1 that have come from pool 2. And so I think there still remains some quite important questions to try to understand the factors and routes that drive these long distance virus movements. And I think recognizing and an appreciation of these factors will perhaps help us to understand and recognize new threats and new risks when new viruses emerge in different geographical regions. Thinking about new virus threats, I just want to highlight some new data that's become available in the last 12 months. And this relates to a new viral lineage that perhaps is circulating in a number of South Asian countries. So earlier in the year, we received samples from Sri Lanka, and viruses recovered from this batch of samples represented a new viral lineage within the MESA topotype, but not from the India 2001 lineage. And so these were viruses that shared a relatively low sequence identity to a much older virus from India. And in exchange with data from colleagues from DFMD in India last week, we have now identified that the viruses from this lineage are not only circulating in Sri Lanka, but also present in India. And so it represents a new genetic lineage, which is distinct from the India 2001 lineages, which I've previously described in this presentation. And perhaps if viruses from this lineage become widely established in pool 2, in a similar way that viruses from the India 2001 lineage have spread from pool 2, perhaps viruses from this lineage will also equally have opportunities to spread and cause outbreaks beyond pool 2. So to summarize my talk, I've shown you that the epidemiology of FMD is very dynamic at the moment, and there are new unpredictable patterns of virus movements in Asia, as well as in North Africa. Of course, the work of the network also considers the important task of the selection and deployment of vaccines. I haven't had any time to show you any of that data in the presentation today, but if you're interested in ongoing work for vaccine selection and vaccine matching, you can look at the reports of the network. I think it's very clear that sampling of field outbreaks is very critical, and the data also demonstrate the importance of an active FMD reference laboratory network to facilitate sample collection from outbreaks in the field, as well as feedback real-time data to FMD control programs. In terms of understanding the way that viruses spread globally, I think there are still some quite big questions relating to our understanding of why certain viral lineages are very successful. And certainly different factors such as fitness, antigenic novelty, and opportunity probably play an important role in the spread of viral lineages. And I think understanding the relative importance of this for the different examples that have been presented in this talk would be quite interesting. So if you're interested, you can find further information on our website. So the website of the World Reference Laboratory contains genotyping reports, vaccine matching reports, and serotyping reports. And there are other sources of data, such as the quarterly report that's combined between EUFMD and the World Reference Laboratory, as well as the annual report of the FMD, OIE FMD Reference Laboratory Network. Take this opportunity to thank the people that support our work, particularly UFMD for supporting the work of the World Reference Laboratory, and UK DEFRA for supporting research activities and surveillance activities at the Pirbright Institute. Also acknowledge the collaboration and the active role of partner laboratories in the OIE network and elsewhere. And thank you for your attention. And if we have any time for questions, I'm more than happy to answer them later on today.
Fantastic. That presentation was provided by Don King, and I should have mentioned it was a pre-recorded presentation. So the 3 presentations in this session will be pre-recorded, but there will be an opportunity to ask questions of the speakers at the end of this session during the round table. So I do encourage you to visit the forum on the eufmdvirtual.com website to post your questions for the presenters. We do have some very interesting questions related to Don's presentation, related to innovations to overcome difficulties in receiving international shipments and the role that reference laboratories could play on that. Another one to do with the possibilities to integrate surveillance and control of foot and mouth disease with other transboundary animal diseases that share the same risk factors, like lumpy skin disease and African swine fever, for instance. So we'll hopefully get to some of those questions at the end of the session at the round table. I'd like to now introduce a presentation from the next speaker. We have Arnaud Bataille, who is the co-head of the OIE, FAO and EU reference laboratories for PPR, based at the French Agricultural Research Centre for International Development, CIRAD. And he will be presenting today on the geographic distribution of Peste des Petits Ruminants, and I would now like to hand over for that recording. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Arnaud Bataille. I'm a researcher at CIRAD in France. I'm the co-head of the EU Reference Laboratory for Peste des Petits Ruminants, PPR, and the OAE and FAO International Reference Laboratory for PPR. Here I'm going to talk about the geographic distribution of Peste des Petits Ruminants. So PPR is the most widespread and devastating infectious disease of domestic small ruminants, so goats and sheep, with the OAE and FAO leading an ongoing global effort to eradicate this disease. So it's caused by a virus of the genus morbillivirus, and it's transmitted mostly by contact, not only with excretions and droplets from infected animals. So infections lead to mucopurulent ocular and nasal discharges, erosion of the mucosa, and acute diarrhea with mortality up to 100% in naive populations. In addition to goats and sheep, we have seen that some camels, Swedes, and some wild artiodactyls can also be susceptible to the disease. And the exact role of these hosts for the PPR epidemiology is not really well known for the moment, with the main hypothesis being that the disease we see in those hosts are mainly due to spillover from livestock. So here is the map of the global distribution of PPR as obtained from the OAE website from data from July 2018. So you can see that this disease is widely distributed across Africa, Asia, and Middle East. Here in the southern part of Africa, you could see I put a question mark. It's for Zambia for the moment. There's not been a report of infection, but just some few serological results that need some confirmation. So maybe the southernmost presence is in Angola. Of note, in noticeable recent outbreaks, of course, one that was really very dramatic was the outbreak in Mongolia that happened between August 2016 and January 2017. First was detected in domestic small ruminants, but then there was also identification of deaths due to PPR in some gazelles, ibex, but also thousands of endangered saiga. And it was really like the first big evidence of the impact this disease can have on wildlife and wildlife conservation. Then another outbreak of interest is the outbreak that happened in Georgia in 2016 as well. Here it was only in domestic sheep. The interesting bit of this new emergence is that the first hypothesis was that this disease arrived in Georgia via Turkey, which has been having a heavy circulation of PPR for some years now. But actually, after genetic analysis, it seemed that this outbreak more came from Africa, possibly through animal trade by plane. Then it's important to note that there's a lot of recent circulation of PPR in North Africa, in Algeria, in Morocco, in Libya. So with some questions regarding the threat for emergence in Europe from there, due to the threat in Spain, they put in place some big serology study in southern Spain using around 900 serum samples from collected in 2015 and 2017, but all were tested negative. But really, the way PPR did enter once in EU was via Bulgaria, where there was an outbreak in June 2018. That was the first incursion of the disease in the European Union. So let's talk a bit more about this one. So it's important to note that this outbreak was detected very early through surveillance programs that you all know about surely. So you have the TAD program about PPR and sheep and goat pox and lumpy skin disease, and then you have the trace program for FMD surveillance. So first, there was a detection in 2 villages with PPR positive sheep, with 5 cases confirmed by PCR. And then directly after this detection, there was controls put in place following the EU directives 92/119, severe culling, establishment of protection and surveillance zones and around the affected villages, and ban of animal movement from these zones. Quite surprisingly, we observed a few clinical signs and mortality. So there was only mild clinical symptoms in sheep with nasal discharge, a bit of fever and bloody discharge around the anus, and lesions in the mouth, but with nothing in goats around the area. And only one of the sheep did die. Then, following the establishment of the surveillance zone, PPR was detected in 5 new holdings. So from there, it was decided by the Bulgarian government to enlarge the surveillance zone with active surveillance, so clinical examination and serological and virological sampling across the whole area at the border with Turkey. And there was no evidence of virus circulation. So since January 2019, we are back there to surveillance using through the programs of TAD and TRACE. So my concluding remarks here is that despite control efforts, PPR continues to emerge and re-emerge in Asia, Africa, and Middle East, and also threatening Europe. And it really has a high cost to economy, but also to biodiversity. And controlled transboundary movement of infected animals is really the most likely route of PPR spread, notably through animal trade or transhumance. And even if there are good and cheap vaccines available, it's not easy to control this disease. Really, here we need regional, locally adapted strategies to efficiently control the disease. And we see here that we are still missing some important information on the virus and its epidemiology, and improvement of this knowledge and exchange of data and knowledge on the disease and its diagnostic are really key for efficient action, notably with the help of international research and lab networks. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Anu for that very good presentation. As I mentioned, these are pre-recorded presentations, so we'll be able to ask the speakers the questions at the round table and at the end of this. We've got some good questions coming in here as well around how can efforts be better combined to improve PPR and FMD control and surveillance on a global and regional level, and also around acknowledging that PPR control is challenging despite there being good and cheap vaccines. So what are some of the biggest challenges and how are these different in different countries or regions? So now I will introduce the final presentation in this session. It is from Eva Tuppurainen. Eva is the head of Field Studies Working Group from the Friedrich Loeffler Institute, FLI, and she will talk today on the lumpy skin disease, a challenge for 3 continents. Thank you.
Good morning, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Eva Tuppurainen. I'm a veterinary virologist and with a special expertise on lumpy skin disease. I'm based at the Institute for International Animal Health, One Health, at the Friedrich Loeffler Institute in Germany. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to have this opportunity to participate in the EU FMD Open Session 2020 and to present this short introduction on lumpy skin disease, a challenge for 3 continents. So as we know, LSD is a high-impact vector-borne pox disease of domestic cattle and water buffalo. It's characterized by typical pox lesions in the skin and the mucous membranes of digestive and respiratory tracts. The morbidity can be up to 45% if the disease occurs in fully susceptible cattle population, whereas the mortality rate is usually low, less than 10%. Originally sub-Saharan disease, LSD covers currently almost the entire African continent and the Middle East as well. In 2010, the LSD situation in the Middle East took for the worst, and then LSD invaded first Turkey, then the northern part of Cyprus, Greece, the Balkans, Caucasus region, the Russian Federation, Iraq, Iran, and then to Kazakhstan, India, Bangladesh, and other Asian countries. The scale and speed of the spread of LSD in Asia has been surprising. The most recent cases were reported by the Myanmar and Hong Kong. So far, there are no signs that LSD would be slowing its pace in Asia. The socio-economic impact of LSD is massive. It affects the whole cattle farming industry and the livelihoods of rural cattle and buffalo farming communities. The main problem is the loss of animal production and trade restrictions. This makes LSD a very expensive problem, especially for those countries that export live bovines or their products. So, how the spread of LSD was possible in such a wide scale in Asia? What makes the control and eradication so much more challenging in Asia compared to, for example, to the southeastern Europe? The most important factor is probably simply the size of the cattle and water buffalo population. As an example, in India, the number of cattle and buffaloes is a bit less than 300 million heads. In China, 90 million, and in Bangladesh, about 25 million. Whereas in EU, these numbers per country were much less, about 1 million or so per country. This makes a major difference in the capacity requirements set for the veterinary services, what vaccine is affordable to use, and in the real-life implementation and the price tag of the vaccination campaign. The spread of LSD is associated with both short and long-distance movement of live animals. The long incubation times and affected animals without showing any clinical signs hamper the biosecurity measures associated with cattle movement control and trade. Recently, FAO has published a very interesting data on the international trade patterns in Asia. This map shows both legal and informal transboundary trade of cattle and buffaloes. Currently, infected India and Myanmar are major exporters. In addition, semi-informal importation of live animals is known to occur between already infected and at-risk countries. On the local level, in traditional villages, cattle movements and contacts with other herds are common and very challenging to stop in real life. Also, vector transmission hampers the efficacy of the local movement restrictions. Traditions and beliefs affect the social status of animals, how they are kept, how they are handled and moved. The disease control measures need to be adapted accordingly. Affordability, feasibility and acceptability of the total and modified stamping out measures varies between countries. Even killing of those animals showing clinical signs may not be acceptable, and then effective treatments need to be found for sick animals. And this clinical treatment of LSD is a new area of research. Okay, so only a few countries in Asia are anymore free of disease or have not officially reported LSD. Currently, LSD control in Asia relies on vaccination, and which is supported by movement controls and awareness campaigns. The longer the disease has been present in the country, the more difficult the eradication is. One may ask, actually, if eradication and regaining the disease-free status on a national level is anymore a realistic goal. However, harmonized control measures throughout Asia would clearly benefit the region by limiting the spread, facilitating safe trade of bovines, and reducing the economic losses caused by the outbreaks. Early immunization of cattle and buffaloes plays the major role. Successful control and eradication, as well as surveillance, are based on science. It's fundamental to be open to new scientific findings and carefully analyze their real meaning in the field. Science needs innovation, out-of-the-box thinking, in-depth understanding of the field situation and associated risk factors. Also, of course, funding needs to be available. Development of safe, effective, and affordable different types of vaccines needs to continue. Whereas on diagnostic side, a user-friendly Penside test would be highly welcome. So smallpox and rinderpest are examples of successful global control and eradication of highly contagious, dangerous diseases of human and domestic cattle. These victories show that anything is possible if and when a strong international and national commitment exists, along with farmers' support and sufficient funding. Ideally, in the future, maybe LSD also could be the high-impact animal disease for global eradication. And finally, our responsibility as a scientific community on LSD is to produce new data for decision makers to base their actions on. This will in turn protect and support farmers' livelihoods and well-being, their animals, businesses, and future in the affected regions. So this was my last slide. I would like to thank you for your attention and thank you for listening. And I'm looking forward to the discussions.
Thank you to Eva for that really great presentation. We have some very good questions for you as well, Eva, which we will now move to the roundtable session to have the speakers answer some of your questions. Firstly, thank you to all the presenters who just presented that we just heard from. And if you just give us 1 minute, we will be back in a moment for the roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you to Arnaud, Eva, and Don for being present live here. And well, we will try to address some questions received to you. And I would suggest to go in order of the presentation, at least for the start of this roundtable discussion. And asking Don, well, you have Don, you have indicated in your presentation the importance of the laboratory networks. And actually, we have a question asking, can you elaborate on the current situation and the challenges of getting real-time laboratory data to inform control programs, and how can this be improved? Over to you, Don.
Thanks, Fabrizio. Thanks for the question. I mean, I think this is quite an important topic. Certainly the dissemination of data beyond the laboratory testing is something that we've been focusing our attention on within the network for some time now. For those of you who look at the network website, you'll see that in the last 12 months, we perhaps made a couple of small changes to the way that we display data. So in addition to the annual reports that you can find there, you can also see what we're calling a static FMD dashboard, where you can see some of the key important pieces of information relating to FMD, and hopefully people will find that useful. But I think perhaps your question, Fabrizio, links to the ability to do much more dynamic retrieval and interaction with the data sets coming from the laboratory in the field. And I think that's something that we do have ambitions to develop, and we're currently in discussions with partners in Europe and including EUFMD to look at the idea of developing what might be considered a dynamic dashboard where users could interact with the system. The data would be available to them there, and they would be able to browse data, retrieve data, and perhaps generate much more tailored analytical outputs that are, as I say, tailored to individual demands. And I'd say I'm very much interested in people's feedback on what that system should look like. Like I say, we're conscious that there's an awful lot of data that's being collected by different laboratories. And if people have some thoughts, please let me know. If you want to drop me an email, I'm more than happy to send you a survey. So we've recently put together a survey which we're sending around to people who perhaps are interested in these outputs. And at this stage, we really welcome people's feedback to see what the format of that system should be. In this meeting, I think for those of you who will work their way through the poster sessions, there's a poster which is presented by Nick Knowles from the WRL, which is a starting point really in this space, which is the development of a new database and a publicly accessible database for viral sequence data, for FMD viral sequence data. And I think we see that as essentially the starting point and the foundations for the broader ambitions to develop something which is some useful tools that people could find that will feed into the types of analysis that you're asking, Fabrizio.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Don. I think your answer really addressed the question on how to make the best use of the data and to inform control policies, indeed. And I hand it over to Carissa now.
Thank you. And thank you, Don. The suggestion to look at that poster, I would support. It's very interesting, and I would encourage everyone to look at all of the other posters as well and make the most of that session. I have a question for Arnaud. You mentioned that PPR control is challenging despite there being good and cheap vaccines. What are some of the biggest challenges, and how are they different in different countries or regions?
Yes, thank you. Well, the main challenges are linked, of course, to the fact that this disease is a transboundary disease with many movements of small ruminants across borders, and sometimes in regions where there's poor control of these movements. So it makes planning vaccination regional issues in many parts of the globe. So here it means that you have to organize control efforts in a regional level, taking really more an epizone type of view, really seeing the area and the type of dynamic you have in terms of movements of animals, so that the strategy is best implemented. Then means also you have logistical issues. Here you can find small ruminants in very remote areas, and you would need really this extra mile of going to the farmers in places hard to reach is quite complicated, and so you need quite a big logistic that some countries cannot really implement without international help. Then, of course, I would mention that depending on the regions, well, some countries may be able to implement the control. In other ones, there's really a need for this international support.
Thank you, Arnaud, for your answer. That was very comprehensive, and there's certainly some big challenges there for, sounds like a coordinated and international response continuing is needed. Fabrizio, I pass to you if you have another question.
Yes, and I would like to, since you asked a question related to vaccines, I would like also to pick this question for Eva. And actually, I think it's a question that's recurrent in a lot of discussions, and so I think appropriate to post it here. And the question is, what is your advice regarding the use of vaccines against lumpy skin disease, homologous against sheeppox vaccine, the heterologous, with a specific focus on efficacy and duration of protection?
Okay, thank you. That is indeed, I think this is the best question that you can, at the moment, you can ask, because now when we are entering the Asia, when the LSD is entering Asia, now we are facing a totally different kind of situation, because the numbers of cattle and buffalo populations, they are so huge. And the other thing is that because the control of animal movement is also very challenging. So I think, and then the third thing also, which is in Asia, we have to take into account is that the control of LSD is, in practice, it's very seldom you can do total stamping out, or even partial stamping out, or even kill those animals that are showing clinical signs. So we are left, we haven't not many other tools except vaccines. And then in vaccines, we also have to think about that, because there are so many animals to be vaccinated, that the vaccine must be affordable. And in my opinion, there is no doubt the homolog vaccine is the best vaccine that we have at the moment. It's the most effective vaccine against lumpy skin disease in cattle. However, the price of this vaccine may sometimes be a problem. It depends on the situation. But then if you have to use goat pox or sheep pox vaccination, there are a couple of things. First of all, they should have been tested. Their efficacy and the protection the vaccine can provide with animals should be tested and analyzed using the challenge trial in cattle. So then you would know what you are working with. And for goat pox, we know now that for some reason, goat pox vaccine seems to give better protection for cattle than sheep pox vaccine. But anyway, even if you are using the goat pox vaccine, please test it first. You don't have to test every single goat pox strain, because the protection they have a cross protection. But anyway, then you would know that the vaccine you are using is effective. And then the sheep pox, this is even more relevant to sheeppox, that if you are using sheeppox, it really should be tested, because we know that there are some problems with the protection provided by the sheeppox vaccine. And then the other thing is also that the vaccination coverage needs to be high. It really needs to. It's not enough if you vaccinate around 5 kilometers. It must be about, let's say, more relevant would be 80 kilometers, or then even more if you can estimate where the animals are likely to be moved. So know what you are vaccinating with and have enough sufficient vaccination coverage. And then I think we have a very good chance to control the spread of the disease.
Thank you very much, Eva, and thank you. So importance of knowing the tools that we are using, the vaccines that are used, but also having the holistic view on the of the control policy to be adopted according to the different circumstances. Yeah, thank you. Carissa, back to you.
We have just a few minutes before we need to close this session to keep to time. Don, I have a very quick question for you, if we can have just a couple of seconds. So some of the risk factors that you mentioned for transpool spread of FMD are also implicated in the spread of other diseases like lumpy skin disease and ASF. Are there unrealized opportunities to better integrate both surveillance and control for these transboundary animal diseases?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good question. And I think that's perhaps captured with the new focus of EU FMD beyond just looking at FMD. And I think there are now opportunities to learn from the way that the common factors that are spreading different diseases across the landscape. And I think that's going to be really exciting to see how this program develops in the next few years. I mean, I'd say there are some examples. I mean, I'm certainly thinking here about the situation in Southeast Asia, where we've seen the very dramatic spread of African swine fever. We've seen it move into countries that are FMD free. And so that really should focus our mind about whether or not there's connectivity there that we had probably overlooked for FMD, which now, with the fact that ASF has moved in to countries, for example, like the Philippines and Indonesia, I think it should focus our minds. It should help us connect up all the spread of these diseases. And certainly, in my presentation, I've highlighted perhaps some of these long distance transpool movements for FMD. We don't really understand the factors that are driving those movements, but if we can understand much more better and much more clearly the way that FMD is moving, then perhaps we get a better understanding about the risks of the spread of some of these other diseases.
Thank you very much for that, Don. We have run out of time for this particular Q&A, but I'd just like to take the chance to thank all of the presenters again, and any additional questions we can collect on the forum and address if participants are interested. So thanks to all, and just to inform viewers that we will be returning for session 1, the first session, at 11:20 a.m. CET. So that's in approximately 5 minutes. Thank you again to everybody.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to session 1 of the Open Session 2020 Special Edition. This session will be exploring measuring animal movements and drivers for fast disease risk mapping. May I introduce to you your chair for this session, James Wood. James is a veterinary epidemiologist who leads the Disease Dynamics Unit in Cambridge and conducts multidisciplinary research on infectious diseases. His research interests are focused on infectious disease emergence and its control. Thank you, James.
Carissa, thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be here this morning to share and introduce the first session this morning. There's a fantastic range of talks that are going to be addressing the really important issue relating to animal movement and its modelling, which is so important in terms of our ability to predict both the impact and of disease, but also the impact of measures to mitigate disease transmission. As I'm sure you all know, much modelling has been done, especially over the last 20 years, which has represented amazing advances in spatially explicit modelling, but there's not been the same advance in the understanding of how to incorporate movement data. These developments almost certainly reflect the availability of data, with spatially explicit data becoming available much earlier on compared to a layer on top of that of spatially explicit movement data. And that is much more complex in terms of how to manage, and certainly much more complex in terms of how to model. There are going to be fascinating presentations this morning demonstrating the increased availability of spatially explicit movement data. Of course, so much movement data in our human world, where we're not concerned about animal movement, is coming from the almost ubiquitous use of mobile phone data, which can be used to track where we travel, the rate that we move, whether we're moving in large numbers together or whether we're moving individually. Obviously, for animal diseases, we cannot use the mobile phone data that the human epidemiologists have benefited so much from. Although even despite the availability of that large amount of data, the way that these data can be incorporated in epidemic models is still at a relative infancy compared to the situation that I'm sure that we will find in 5 or 10 years' time. What I think we have this morning and into the afternoon are representations of cutting-edge approaches of how to both quantify and incorporate movement data into epidemic models. I'm very pleased that the first keynote speaker is Professor Roland Kao, my friend who works at Edinburgh University in the Roslin Institute, working on Rift Valley fever movement of animals in northern Tanzania, with some using data that comes from some well-established equitable collaborations that Roland's collaborators have established for many years. The next keynote speaker this morning, following Roland, it's coming from Andrea Apolloni and Alexis Delagrise, and they're, I think, going to be taking a very interesting approach, contrasting the movement of animals in North and West Africa to that's seen in Southeast Asia, especially with the movement of poultry in Vietnam. And that poultry movement obviously is so important in relation to the transmission of avian viruses, particularly avian influenza. This afternoon's sole keynote speaker, Eugenie Valdano, is going to be taking a very different global approach and contrasting movement from 13 European countries, the movement of cattle. And we are fortunate within Europe that we have access to remarkable quality and granularity data in relation to animal movement that do not exist for many of the countries where we have so many concerns about the impact of fast diseases on livelihoods and on animal health. So as well as these keynote speakers, as I'm sure you all know, there will be a series of shorter pre-recorded lectures, all of which you will find, I'm sure, to be excellent. And then we have a roundtable session at the end of this first section of this session 1, and then at the end of the second session of session 1. So please do send in questions that you have for our speakers to answer at the end of each of these periods. So without further ado, then what I'd like to do is to move on to bring in Professor Roland Kao for his opening talk of this session on measuring animal movement and animal drivers for fast disease risk mapping. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us here today. It's a really historic day for control of infectious diseases, of course, with the first person being vaccinated in the general public against COVID-19. And so hopefully this virtual session will be not necessary next year when people meet again. So as it says, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about livestock movements and transmission of Rift Valley fever in northern Tanzania. Next slide, please. The work that I'm going to talk to you about is funded under what was called the SEEDS project, a project led by Sarah Cleveland and Joe Sharp at the University of Glasgow, a very comprehensive program of research looking across a variety of human and animal factors in regards to 3 important zoonoses. I'm going to talk to you today, as I said before, about Rift Valley fever, and in particular about modeling it using the livestock movements. Next slide, please. Now, Rift Valley fever is a zoonosis, of course. It's vector-borne, and this is going to be an important factor when I discuss later. It's quite widespread across sub-Saharan Africa. If you can see in the small map, the areas are in blue are areas with consistent large outbreaks. As a disease, it circulates amongst livestock, through wildlife, and in people. But livestock and the wildlife are viewed as more important in terms of the general circulation. Now, it has high impact both on human and animal populations. I won't go into the details, but those impacts are obviously the reasons why we care about it, both economic and in terms of health. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about a way of modeling which uses what's called a network modeling paradigm. Now, networks as a way of approaching disease transmission has been around for quite a while. And what you have on the right are pictures of livestock at a market. Now, a market is a place, of course, where animals will come together in large numbers. And these places, either the places where the animals reside, the herds, the villages and sub-villages they're in, and the markets will be nodes in a network. And those nodes will be joined by the movement of livestock, here showing different ways that the animals can move from place to place. And those movements will be represented by links. And what you can see is a schematic. If we look across 3 different types of animals, broadly speaking, cattle, sheep and goats in green, and wildlife in blue, each one of those elements can be viewed as a different layer in the network. And the links within the layer being important for transmission, say cattle moving from place to place, sheep and goats moving from place to place, but also the issue of those animals co-residing in various places and also coming into contact. That representation that I showed you is called a multi-layer network, and those links in red between them are those local spatial interactions. This is a very flexible way to look at how differences in contact may affect the way infections move from place to place. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, as James has already mentioned, in Europe we have the luxury of having almost real-time recording of individual animal movements using an electronic database in many cases, so electronic tagging. And Eugenio Valdano later on today will be talking about how we can use those kinds of information to really get a better understanding of disease transmission. Now, in Tanzania, of course, that isn't possible as of yet. Instead, records are put onto paper, and as a way of trying to assess the potential importance of these livestock movements, a student supervised by me and others, Gemma Chaders, together with 3 individuals, who did an enormous amount of work to turn 30,000 of those paper records into an electronic database across northern Tanzania where our studies were being done. And what you can see there are the records which represent the number of animals of the different types, together the markets that they are going from to the local wards they move to, as well as the dates on which this occurred and the amount of, essentially the reason why there's a fee that's paid every time these movements occur. And all those things are recorded here. Could I have the next slide? Now, this is a very extensive record, over 30,000 records in a relatively small area, geographical area. It is unfortunately not comprehensive, and therefore we must use statistical models to try to create the dense representation similar to what we might have in Europe. And we used a two-part model. The first part, a hurdle model to determine whether or not a particular location would be moving animals on a particular day and how many animals that are being moved. And the second part is what's called a gravity model. So a gravity model is much like what it sounds. You imagine that I have to make a decision about how I'm going to move my animals somewhere. Well, the decision will be based on two things. The number of animals I'm trying to move and the number of animals that in the area that I'm moving to. So if I'm moving animals to a market, I might think, well, if it's a bigger market, I might have a better chance of getting a good price for my animals. The second thing that is important is the distance, because the farther you go, the more effort and the more cost associated with it. If we take the data that we have, fit it to the underlying gravity model, we can then use that to extrapolate and get a representation of how movements of animals are occurring across the entire area. So getting those movement patterns, taking into account sizes of markets and the distance being traveled. Next slide, please. Now, I'll go into detail a little bit later about what these three different measures I'm going to talk about are, but suffice to say over here, if we then take that dense synthetic livestock movement network, try to establish different ways of looking at risk of disease transmission, what we see are different wards in the different areas. Those are different bounded areas, with the ones that are considered high risk for those different measures in red, low risk in green. And what you can see is some consistency across different measures of risk, giving us some confidence that we can target different wards as being important for transmission around the area. And we confirm this via simulation. All right, next slide, please. Hello, next slide. Thank you. Now, hopefully it's clear that movement of animals from place to place is easily and nicely represented by a network, because this is a very explicit contact structure I'm talking about. And for a disease like foot and mouth disease, which is directly transmitted from animal to animal and which has a high infection rate, also it should be clear that networks are a good way of looking at this. The challenge, however, is somewhat different for something like Rift Valley fever. Now, as you remember, I mentioned before that the major difference here is the importance of insect vectors, mosquitoes, in the transmission of the disease. And because the abundance of those mosquitoes is so important for the persistence and emergence and spread of that disease, and that abundance is dependent on climate factors, for example, the role of the livestock movements is less clear. There's so many other things that are important that maybe they're not so important for Rift. And so the question becomes, are these network models still a useful paradigm? Next slide, please. And so we can look at risk in another way. Here we can look at what's called the normalized difference vegetation index. So essentially the amount of infrared light that's absorbed by vegetation gives you an idea of the type of vegetation in the area. It turns out this is also a good representation of Rift Valley fever risk, showing in particular the area in green are areas where that risk is higher, the risk for emergence. Okay, next slide, please. And so, of course, we can take these combinations of risks that we already have, and we can say, well, this gives us a good idea of where we should target disease control. But one of the great problems we have, of course, is that things are always changing, and things will certainly be changing even more in the next few years. Next slide, please. One thing to look at, for example, is the kind of ways that people are rearing livestock. So concentrating on two different ways of rearing livestock, pastoralists versus agropastoralists. Next slide, please. two different ways of rearing cattle. One, the pastoralists with more long distance movements of livestock to take advantage of grazing, but because of that very pattern of life, it's more susceptible to changes in weather and changes in climate. On the other hand, agropastoralists are more sedentary, so not so necessarily affected by these things in terms of how the animals move about, creating those spatial risks, but they tend to be closer to higher density populations of humans, probably therefore greater zoonosis risks, and also usually associated with wetter environments. So some interaction with things like climate change there as well. I'll get back to that in a minute. Next slide, please. Another factor is we know that populations in sub-Saharan Africa are expected to increase considerably over the next few years. Here, a projection comparing 2015 to 2050. And you see not only a dramatic increase in the population, but also in the proportion that live in urban areas, also changing the way people mix in the interactions with livestock. Next slide, please. And looking more explicitly at the effect of climate change, we're talking about largely, most importantly here, two things: temperature and precipitation. And again, in the study areas that we are looking at here, encapsulated in the red boxes, quite a substantial change expected over the next 20 odd years. Next slide, please. Bringing things together about human factors and environmental factors, existing studies have shown a relationship between the amount of rainfall and the amount of income an individual may get across three factors of livestock rearing, crops, and other activities. So again, this interaction between human and climate factors changing the risk perception because it changes the way we or the people there will be raising livestock. All right, next slide. And the last factor to talk about is, remember, it's not just the average change, but it's the extremes. And extremes are often even less predictable than, well, much less predictable than the averages. And what's showing over here is a projection of a recording of the number of villages showing extreme conditions of water and pasture shortage. And often it's those extremes that change the way people do things, because it's the ability to survive them that matter, that survive our ways of rearing the livestock. Next slide, please. Now, I have neither the time nor really, to be honest, the expertise to really go into detail to how those factors interact. But suffice it to say that what it tells us is that, especially as we're moving into this very uncertain future, relying on past knowledge of things like how animals might have moved, or what indeed the climate risks are for a particular location, is extremely uncertain. And we need to have more flexible ways, more responsive ways of responding to disease emergency situations. Next slide. And this leads us back to networks and identifying reasons for why elements of networks are important. So you can think about the individual nodes in the network, the individual places that I mentioned before. Why are they important? Well, the first reason they might be important is because of their direct value. If an area has lots of livestock, lots of people in it, there may be a large zoonotic impact or a large economic impact. Next slide. Looking at the more network factors, locations may be important because they are the ones that drive persistence. And here, thinking about the risk map that I showed you before, showing areas where Rift Valley fever was likely to emerge. Next slide. Another reason why locations may be important is because they are responsible for infecting many others. And this shows not a network in Tanzania, but a real network of farms with sheep moving between them in this particular instance. I'm showing it for illustration purposes. Next slide, please. And so this factor of infecting many others, you can see the red circles in the network are particular locations which are connected to many other locations. So they move lots of livestock in and out. And the thing that captures that particular risk factor is something called degree centrality. Centrality because it's a sense of how important they are to the network in that sense. Next slide. Another reason why particular locations may be important may not be because they are particularly connected to many others, but because they bridge different communities which themselves interact well but are isolated from each other. Next slide. Excuse me. And so here this shows locations which have that kind of property. They bridge those clusters And in particular, a measure that looks at this is something called betweenness centrality. So the number of times a location is the shortest path between other locations. Next slide. Finally, I can look more generally at a network property, which is a location, if infected, likely to lead to large generalized outbreaks? Now, I'm not going to go into any details of what this is, but if you go to the next slide, there's something called eigenvector centrality, which is very closely related. Certainly, it's calculated in exactly the same way, though the meaning is different, as the next generation basic reproduction number. So this is about how big an outbreak might actually occur. Excuse me, sorry. A bad time to be having a bit of a cough, but if we could move to the next slide. So I've spoken to you about the network and why it's important. Also important, if we're going to understand Rift Valley fever in particular, is what happens in an individual node. So remember, each of the nodes here is a ward, so it's a geographical area within Tanzania where we have explicit knowledge of livestock movements, plus this synthetic constructed database that we do to extend it. We use a stochastic SEIR model to represent disease transmission, so individuals become exposed to infection, then infectious, and later on recover. Importantly, the underlying basic reproduction number, the R0 value, varies here from 1 to 7 using a method developed by Metris et al. For the model. But here looking at the vegetation index to establish the localized risk. And here looking only at cattle for the moment. Okay, to move to the next slide, please. Now, a ward is a relatively large area. There's on the order typically of about 10,000 cattle in it. Now, remember, the simple models we talk about, they're homogeneously mixing, assuming everybody can contact each other. 10,000 cattle is probably too large for that. So to take into account the spatial structure within the ward, we construct models for on a grid, so 64 different artificial locations, just to capture that element of spatial spread within the ward. So each one of those units is about 150 cows. Okay, move forward to the next slide, please. We look in a model at 2 different ways of intervening. Now, you heard in the previous session talking about vaccination as being the key means of controlling, for example, foot and mouth disease, or for that matter, Rift Valley fever. Another approach to intervening is livestock movement controls. If you know a location is infected, is to cease movement from that location in order to prevent onward spread. Next slide. We can look at a variety of scenarios. For vaccination, we have a baseline scenario where we figure we can cover all the wards with unlimited resource, but because of logistics, maybe only cover 70% of the animals at any one time. And then of a variety of scenarios where only 20 wards are covered, but where you're targeting those 20 wards in different ways. We can target at random. We can target using the degree centrality that I mentioned before. We can use the other ones, but degree centrality is the one I'm going to look at here. We can target using the Rift Valley fever risk score, so the NDVI value that I mentioned before. Or we can target using a combination of the 2 elements, so the ranking in terms of network risk and RVF risk. Next slide, please. We can do, roughly speaking, the same thing for the movement band scenarios, but here targeting to the markets. Now, keep in mind here, we're only talking about epidemiological risk. We are not considering the relative economic impact of the 2 things. And that, of course, will have a huge impact on some of the factors. But looking strictly at the epidemiology, we can rank the different approaches. Okay, next slide, please. I'm going to go through this very quickly. This just shows 2 different kinds of simulations, one with movement band on the right, one without, just showing the difference in the 2 ways of doing it. Next slide. I'm going to move forward through the next slide because this one probably doesn't help us. It's missing some things. So there's a bit of a background missing. But the key thing to note is if we understand the vegetation index risk factor well, then targeting that works best. But if we don't know it well, as we might expect in the future, then targeting movements works just as well as targeting the vegetation index. Forward. Next slide, please. The key difference over here is that not only does the movement network target Rift Valley fever, but it targets other fast diseases as well. So in many ways, it's a much more flexible and robust way of targeting things in that kind of uncertain future that I mentioned before. Next slide, please. In summary, I hope I've shown you how important livestock movements can be for understanding risk, and giving you an argument for saying that routine collection of these to take care of that adaptation, to understand how that adaptation is occurring, and to look at risk in real time could be a valuable thing for the future, not just in European countries, but also elsewhere in the world, like in northern Tanzania. When I go to the next slide, there's an awful lot of people who did this work. Paul Johnson and Gemma Chambers in particular were largely responsible for the analysis, but all the others had key roles in terms of helping us to interpret the underlying data and collect it in the first place. And I'd like to thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Roland. We're going to move straight on to the next presentation in the interest of time, and we will have space at the end for questions for the presenters. So this presentation is provided by two speakers. We have Andrea Apollini and Alexis Della Bugle. I apologize for my pronunciation. And they are both from the French Agricultural Research Centre for International Development, CIRAD. And they will be presenting on modelling and predicting national and regional animal mobility affecting livestock disease circulation, a comparison from studies in North West Africa and Southeast Asia. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Carissa. Yes, we are going to talk about some of the research ongoing or past research that we conducted in different regions of the world about the issue of modeling, methodological issues around the modeling and predicting national and regional animal mobility in North and West Africa and Southeast Asia. Next slide, please. So in this session, I'm going to talk first about poultry in Vietnam, and then Andrea will talk about research on ruminant movement in West Africa. So we decided to talk about these two different species in with two different production systems. First, because that gives two contradicting, that gives an overview of what happens in two different species with very different production systems. So first, ruminants in West Africa with nomadic extensive production systems, and poultry in Vietnam with small-scale farmers with different degrees of intensification, but mostly small-scale, mostly poultry raised on small scale. And also because that we use two contrasting methods to address the issue of livestock movement in these two systems. So network analysis in West Africa and longitudinal farm studies in Vietnam. And this was in order to address two different issues, two different research questions around what drives livestock movement. Okay, and so we're going to talk to you a little bit about stories that we learned and future outlooks and how it could raise more questions and direct future research. Next slide, please. So first, mobility in Vietnam. Next. So poultry trade in Southeast Asia is very important for disease control. And next, please. A very important example, a very significant example, is the control of highly pathogenic avian influenza in domestic birds of Vietnam. So this disease has been endemic in Vietnam since actually end of 2003, but the most important outbreaks occurred in 2004. Next, please. The long-distance trade of poultry from farming areas to consumption hubs is considered to play a very important role in the propagation of the disease in the country. Next, please. there is a mixing of poultry of different origins in live bird markets, and this is considered to play a key role in the transmission of the disease, and it's a nationwide propagation. So the research question that we try to address are what are the key drivers of farmers' decision to trade poultry? And next slide, in order to address this research question, we launched a longitudinal survey in the Mekong River Delta in Vietnam, which is a region at the southernmost region of the country. So actually, if you remember from the past slide, you could see that actually it's one of the regions which is at highest risk of highly pathogenic avian influenza. The survey lasted 20 months. It targeted small-scale poultry farms with a small size overall, but with quite a lot of variation in the size of poultry flocks that we observed. And there was an average of 79 chickens per farm. So you can see very small scale, very, very small scale systems compared to what we can find in industrialized countries like Europe or United States. These farms were, most of the farms were multi-species. There were chickens, ducks, and Muscovy ducks. These were the predominant species, and other species of birds as well. And the information we collected every month were first introduction and harvest of birds. By harvest, I mean sale or slaughter of birds, and the mortality which occurred in the bird population with different symptoms recorded by farmers like digestive, respiratory, general, or sudden death of birds in less than 24 hours. So, which is actually a well-recognized symptoms of a suspicion of highly pathogenic avian influenza. Okay, next slide, please. So these 4 graphs extracted from 4 exemplary farms or 4 samples give you an idea of the kind of data that we ended up with. We recorded in each farm several chicken flocks that were followed over their whole production period from birth or introduction in the farm until death, slaughter, or sale. And well, in order to we used this data actually to predict the probability of harvesting these chicken flocks at every month, depending on different conditions, depending on the age of the flock primarily, but also on different events that could happen in the farm or different conditions. Okay, so we use the mixed effect generalized additive model in order to model the nonlinear relationship between age of the flocks and likelihood of trading it. And this allowed us also to include some random effects like farm and the variable that we wanted to test as predictors of probability of trading poultry were for age first, but also size of the poultry population in the farm, introduction of new flocks, vaccination status of flocks, and disease outbreaks also occurring in the farm. Next slide, please. So this graph is actually the main outcome of our model. So I'm going to spend some minutes to explain it. So yeah, next slide, please. So this graph actually show you the relationship between the age of the flock, which is actually on the x-axis, the difference between the current age of the flock and the anticipated age at maturity, which means like maturity is the time when farmers consider that normally the flock should be ready to be sold or harvested, or the birds could be consumed. And the dots represent a proportion of flocks that were actually harvested in our observation dataset, and the lines correspond to the output of the model probability. Okay, so you can see that there is clearly a positive relationship between flock age and the probability of sale. It was mostly sale actually. Slaughter was quite a minor use of the flock. So positive relationship between age and probability of sale, but this is non-linear. It increased sharply a few weeks before maturity, and then it reached the kind of plateau. And you can see that disease outbreaks affected this probability. So top graph corresponds to a small scale flux, and the bottom graph corresponds to large scale flux. Okay, next slide. So the different color codes corresponds to occurrence of outbreaks, with outbreaks occurring in the same month, in the same farm, or 1 month before. This is on the left, sorry, or 1 month before. This is in the middle, or 2 months before. This is on the right side of the graph, and red lines, red dot corresponds to outbreak with sudden death, so kind of a suspicion of avian influenza. Orange line corresponds to outbreak with no sudden death, but still some mortality due to disease. And green line corresponds to no outbreak, okay? So you can see that actually, if an outbreak occurred in the same month in small-scale flux, there is a clear effect of outbreaks, a clear positive effect of outbreaks on the probability of trade, and this is quite strong actually. On average, the probability of sale was multiplied by 3. If an outbreak occurred 1 month before, there's still a positive effect of outbreaks, like normal or regular outbreaks. And if an outbreak occurred 2 months before, so 2 months after the outbreak occurred, there is actually a decrease in the probability of sale of flux. So next, please. Next again. So we can conclude from this that in the 2 months following an outbreak, first months following an outbreak, there is a depopulation reaction of farmers. So the response of farmers is that we try to sell their birds as soon as possible in order to avoid mortality, loss due to mortality, and to avoid feeding chickens that are going to probably die from the disease. And 2 months after, next please, there is a counter-reaction is repopulation. Farmers tend to keep the adult chickens longer in the farm, probably in order to breed new flocks and to repopulate their farm. Okay, next please. And also there was a change in the destination of harvested birds. During outbreaks, farmers tended to sell more chickens to itinerant traders rather than slaughtering them at home. Okay, next please. So what we learned from this study, next. There is a benefit. So this study shows the benefit of a longitudinal survey to capture farm level dynamics of trade decisions. There is not necessarily a need for a very large sample of farms to capture these dynamics and to identify them. In this case, we had about 50 participants. Okay, but each farm should be monitored over a very long period and very regularly, and that is very important if we want to really to have this detailed description and analysis of the drivers of the individual drivers of trade, poultry trade, animal trade, and what we learned specifically in this case, small flocks first are sold at a slower rate. We have longer cycle. That trade is adjusted. Their trade is more likely to be adjusted to evolving farm conditions. So environmental, economic, and most important, sanitary. And trade of poultry is used as a risk coping strategy to mitigate the effect of disease outbreak. So key message from this section of our presentation, mobility drives disease outbreaks, which is well-known fact, but also disease outbreak drive mobility. And now I leave the floor to my colleague, Andrea. Oh, sorry, and I wanted to thank, of course, my the amazing research team which initiated this study at the Oxford University Clinical Research Unit in Ho Chi Minh City and Penn State University. Thank you. And I leave the floor to my colleague, Andrea.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are changing continent, we are changing environment, and we are changing livestock production and also species that we are interested. Next slide. So first of all, I want to thank all the veterinarian services that help us in developing this study and also the several projects that fund this study. I'm going to present mostly study about Mauritania, but we are studying mobility also in other countries in West Africa. Next slide. For those who doesn't know, West Africa is a region that encompasses many climatic different areas, from arid, hyper-arid in the north to more humid and greener in the south. Population is mostly concentrated, the human population is mostly concentrated on the coast, while animal population is mostly concentrated in the arid area. Because climatic condition, the arid area cannot sustain intensive farming, animals are kept mobile and they are moved from arid to more humid area looking for better graze and water. Together with this movement related to animal production, there is something also important, that is animal trade. Animals are sold alive along in the network, along the region, and because there are no structures for storing meat and no slaughterhouse. Although mobility, as you can see, is quite an important factor for livestock production and commerce, there is no centralization data, mostly because it are international movement, and so data are collected through some ad hoc activities. And it is what we have done, next slide, in the last years with many partners in the area and doing some market surveys or collection of health certificate. We were able to answer some questions, next animation, like where the movement are concentrating, when, which period of the year, and how animals are moved. And we try to understand what are the drivers beyond the mobility. We use mostly a network approach where origin and destination of the movements are considered nodes, and the links are the movement between two nodes, like Roland said before. Next slide. So, considering the Mauritanian case, they collected some health certificates for 2014. These are permits that are delivered when herds are moving, and we were able to reconstruct a network between 87 locations along the year. The main axis can be found at the national level from southwest toward Nouakchott to the capital city, but also there is a vertical axis from north to south between Zouérate and the border with Mali and Guinea, Mali and Senegal. If we look at the international movement, we again see two different axes, one toward Senegal and one toward Mali. It's important to know that international movement are less, but they are more voluminous than the national one. Next slide. However, next slide. It wasn't expected to show up. So, however, analyzing some the temporal dynamics of the network, we found two main periods, one in the first 8 months of the year and one in the second, in the last 4 months of the year. And this second peak of activity was mostly related to the religious festivity of Tabaski, where small ruminants are killed, one goat or one sheep are killed by a family to honor the sacrifice of Isaac. Next animation, please. Next, because we have to hurry. So the effect of Tabaski is at multiple levels because we increase the volume, we change the structure of the network with the appearance of some new links, but also the change in the transportation mean. And this is quite an important point when we consider mobility in the area. Next slide, please. In fact, we noticed that most of the animals are sold and are moved on feet, although this is not going to have an effect on the distance that is covered by this movement, or better, movement on track and movement on feet have the same average distance. However, we noticed that there is not an overlapping between movement on feet and movement on track, so they belong to two different networks. Next. Focusing on the movement of feet, what we think is movement of feet can take days, weeks, months, and during this period, animals should be fed and watered. So this is going to change the path that livestock owner and herder are following. In particular, they can choose some path compared to other due to the presence of border, to the presence of infrastructure, but also to the presence of water sources and area where they can rest. So we try to combine the information from the mobility network with this information from how choices about livestock, in order to understand where are the places where animals are most likely to pass. And we build what is called a conductance map. Next animations, and next animation again. And so this one is giving us an idea of the probability for animals to pass in a certain area. Next, if we then, this is a map, and you can see the darker area is where most of the animals are passing by. Next animation. But if we aggregate this information with at administrative unit level, we can have an information about units, or departments, or commune that are more active during the mobility of animals. And this is quite different, if you can compare the map, from what we obtain just simply considering origin and destination of animals. Next slide, please. So we try to understand also what is driving the mobility in the area. We first implement a gravitational model. We noticed that the volume cannot correctly model, so we use a binomial one to understand if a link was established between the 2 points. And we consider several models according if we were considering during the religious festivity or outside the religious festivity, if we are considering by means of transportation, different means of transportation. In the case, what we found is that the movements follow a supply-demand law, where movements were concentrated between locations that were highly dense in terms of animal, that correspond to the origin, and movements where they were more densely populated in terms of humans, indicating, again, production and consumption. Next slide. These are some of the results of our modeling approach, and we notice that our model predicts very well at the axis in the south toward Anmanchok, but fails to predict the axis towards north. This is mainly due to the recent exchange in population in the north. Next slide. But this was not the only approach that has been used in the area. Some other colleague of us studying the transhumans used some RGM model to assess what were the factors driving mobility for transhumans herders. Next slide. Next animation. And what they found is that there is quite an important point in terms of morbidity and mortality in the origin population that can push herders to move. Next. And next again, because we are running out of time. So the idea that I wanted to convey about West African mobility is that there are several dimensions that we should take account when we consider West African mobility. Climatic condition, the presence of religious festivity, but also the transportation means they can shape differently the network of mobility in the area. Next slide. So concluding the two parallels between the two environments, we use two different approaches, one more aggregated and one more individual level, but they should be considered as complementary. In the case of West Africa, we miss a lot about individual choices, why some markets are choices instead of others. In terms of the Vietnam, we have a good explication of choices at individual level. However, we don't have enough information yet about the destination of infected birds. And I'm done.
Thank you very much to all of our keynote speakers. We're going to move straight along now to the pre-recorded presentations that we have from our other three speakers in this session. So first up, we have a presentation from Nicolas Cardenas. He's a PhD student at Sao Paulo University, and Nicolas will be presenting on a multi-species contact network model between farm disease spreading among bovine, small ruminants and swine populations. Thank you very much, Nicolas.
Hi everyone, my name is Nicolas. I am a PhD student from São Paulo University in Brazil, and we're talking about multi-species contact network model between farm disease spreading among bovine, small ruminants, and also in swine populations. So I'm starting talking about the Rio Grande do Sul. That was our study area, and this is very important because it shares a large border with Uruguay and Argentina. And in addition, we have so many farms and so many animals to surveillance. So the official veterinary service here in Brazil has a limited resources. So given the excess of the number of the farms and the limited resources available, it is necessary the preparation to a large scale outbreaks and epidemics. Therefore, it's vital to improve and optimize the surveillance system. So in this sense, the mathematics models on contact networks reveals an important dynamics of the characteristics of the epidemics, which has been used to developing and target control actions using different kind of strategies. So for that reason, we have two domains. The first one was also whether a disease can pass from one specific network to another, though animal movements. I mean, if one species can affect another species via animal movements, and then control and test target control actions based on social network parameters. So the data we have are regarding with more than 1.5 million of movements farms to farms, so more than 270,000 farms involved in the transport of the more than 19 millions of animals in 4 years of period of the study. So here we have that table with the number of the farms, number of unique contacts between farms, and the number of the farms. You can see here the cattle has the largest number of the farms, followed by the ruminants and swine. On the other hand, we have more swines in the network, and this is very important because we have a lower number of the farms, so this reveals a higher density in the network. In addition, we have so many farms with more than one species in the network. In total, we have more than 14% of the farms with more than one species. So this is very important. The most common here was bovine and small ruminants, followed by bovine and swine. And then we have swine with small ruminants and all the combinations that represent less than 1% of the farms. So here we formulated a susceptible infections compartment model that we have some parameters here. The first one is the infected stage animals were subject to stage infections on the cold, and the animals were allocated into metapopulations representing the farms and assuming the move to susceptible to infecting according with a foot-and-mouth disease like transmission coefficient of 0.7, that is a higher transmission rate. For set the number of animals in this premise of farms that start infected, we choose a 10% of the animals. And for simplify the simulation, we have the homogeneous mixing population within premises where all animals have identical rates of infections. So here we formulated a compartment model using a continuous time Markov chains, and we use the Gillespie algorithm simulation to apply the number of individuals that moving to another compartment. And to represent the global scales, we use the reported daily movements from January of 2017 to December of 2018, so these 2 years of movements. So here in the yellow square are represented the local dynamics susceptible to infected. And also here we're considering the birds where the susceptible animals enters by birds, and also they can leave the system because they are go to slaughterhouses. This is shows in a random sample of the 2 compartments. And the movement data were used to move animals within farms, moving animals according to official records and choosing them randomly. We simulated 4 scenarios here. The first one is starting a simulation of a specific species. Therefore, we have 4 types of scenarios, 3 according to the species that they start. And the last one was one randomly sample into the all farms. So here we have 100 simulations, and the output model was the prevalence in each host to make a fair comparison. then we use this model to target and control actions. So this is an approach based on the farms removal for the contact network. This is a common scale to contain epidemics outbreaks that includes calling isolation of the farms, increase of the biosecurity measures, vaccination, among others. So the question here is which nodes we should remove and how many. So for this, to solve this, we use social network analysis parameters, and we use the degree between space one and random nodes as control. And we use the static network for 2005 to 2016, and this is a period one. So here, we are looking for the methodology that was reproducible for the official veterinary service in the future. So we assume the interventions in the period one in order to see what is happening in the period two. So we run 100 simulations in the period two, and then we observe number of infected farms versus the number of removed farms. So here are the results of the epidemic curve. So the y-axis shows the prevalence in a percentage, and the x-axis represents the time in days, and the dashed color areas represent the number of daily infected farms generated for each species, those the stochastic simulations, and the color line represent the mean of the number of infected farms. So here we can see for the all simulations, this ratio started in a specific species and then jump to other spatial network and years and large scale. So this is very important. In general, swine farms has a higher epidemic curve. This is in part because we have a lower number of swine farms, but also with a lower impact in the other network species. Was expected, small ruminants and cattle has a very correlated curves. Okay, and here we have the results of the target control actions based on social network parameters. So the legs y-axis represent the number of infected farms. In the right axis represent the percentage of infected farms, considering the all farms in the network. And the x-axis represent the number of removed farms, and all the results are discriminated by species and the social network parameters. So in general, the most efficient parameter to reduce the infected farms was the degree. However, it was closely accompanied by betweenness. The cattle network is the most robust and largest. Therefore, it's more hard to break, and it's necessary so many farms to reduce the prevalence effectively. On the other hand, the network of small ruminants is more resistant because it's very disconnected. Therefore, it's not affected by the removal norms, and therefore the variation in their prevalence was very low. And finally, for the swine trains, after 1,000 farms removed from the system, the swine trains was totally fragmented. So this is a very special case, given the pyramidal structure of the swine train. So in conclusion, this study highlighted the relevance to analyze the context among farms with more than one species, and multi-host disease can be easily shown from one species to another, though animal movements. The swine network is more connected, therefore yielding high epidemic curves that will be expected. However, that can be controlled with a fewer number of farms. And it's necessary to remove a very high number of farms to control a large outbreak or epidemics in the cattle populations. So thank you so much. This is my email, and thank you again.
Thank you very much to Nicholas for providing that presentation. The next presentation that we have is another pre-recorded from Divine Ekwem from the University of Glasgow, and Divine will be presenting on tracking livestock movements to understand the patterns and risks of foot and mouth disease spread in traditionally managed systems in East Africa. Thank you very much, Divine.
Good day, everyone. So thank you. Today I'll be talking about how we've been able to use information on fine-scale movement to help understand the spread of foot and mouth disease among traditional herds in Africa. So myself, I'm Divine Ekwem, and I'm based at the University of Glasgow. So FMD is still a major problem in this part of Africa, where there are several outbreaks, happening in villages. Now, in East Africa, more than 80% of livestock are kept traditionally. And what that means is that they rely on sharing of water and pasture. But this practice, and of sharing communal areas, of course, is critical for livestock survival, but you also come at a risk of disease spread, particularly FMD. So what we set out to do, in this study was to be able to understand how this local movement, this fine-scale mixing, drives foot-and-mouth disease outbreaks, and where are the greatest risks for local spread in the landscape, and how we can now use this information to actually improve on our understanding of foot-and-mouth disease control and mitigate risk, of course. So we conducted a study in Serengeti district. This is Serengeti district, just around the northern Tanzania, but quite close to the southern Kenya border. So it's an agro-pastoral setting here, and the agro-pastoral practice is actually the dominant type of livestock keeping in Tanzania. So what we actually did was to understand this fine-scale movement, we placed 52 GPS collars in bomas. Bomas are just the local term that refer to households, and those households were selected based on their proximity at different distances to the major grazing areas, which are highlighted here in green. So this allowed us to actually measure distance travel, fine scale movement and interactions and encounters across these major resource areas in the district. So basically, herds move very, very slowly, particularly when they are grazing or when they are resting. But they could move very, very fast, up to a few kilometers per hour, particularly when they're moving to water sources or when they're returning back to their homestead. And overall, 75% of herds travel, a maximum or a median distance of about 10 kilometers every single day. And the 10 kilometers basically mean from when you leave your homestead to when you come back in the evening. But when you look at the maximum displacement, which means how far are they really displaced from their original household location, it's just about 3 kilometers for up to 70% of the herds that we tracked. And what really drives this movement is basically the number of animals in the herd, with large herds travel far distance, significantly far distance compared to smaller ones, while rainfall had just a very small effect on the amount of movement livestock herds actually engage in every single day. So defining contact as a single point event, in terms of distance and time, is a bit limited because there are different modes of transmission of pathogens. Some can be transmitted directly or indirectly, even through aerosol, similar to FMD. So we try to understand these different dynamics of contact. And what we did in the field is to understand what close contact really is for livestock. So we did a simple field experiment where we we measured up to 100 cattle that were grazing. And we realized they were scattered almost approximately 200 meters. And in Serengeti district, you've got almost 70% of households that have more than 100 cattle, in their head. And that means each time they are within 200, meters to each other, there is already direct contact. And when we relate that to risks of FMD, what we did is to actually measure contact across different, both temporal and spatial scale. So for the spatial scale, we have between 50 to up to a kilometer, 50 meters to up to a kilometer. While for the duration of the contact, we have between 1 hour and up to several days and up to a week. So in each of these categories, we measure how much pairwise contact of two individual heads we actually and see how that change. So for the red part, for example, or the red panel you're seeing here. So the y-axis is actually the standardized contact rate, which basically means how many other heads one focal head was in contact with based on that contact definition. And for the contact definition of 1 hour, you can see the 200 meters, which we have this dotted line now, we'll consider that to be our close contact distance. Within an hour, there were quite very small, contact between heads. But that increased significantly, when the contact, the spatial scale of the contact was increased to 500 meters and up to a kilometer. And what that basically means is for a pathogen such as FMD that can be transmitted through direct contact, for example, the risk will be very low if the pathogen for conditions where the pathogen can only be transmitted directly. But in cases where the pathogen can be transmitted by aerosol, up to 500 meters between heads, then that risk increased significantly, as you can see here in this red panel. And that will even be higher if the pathogen can last for several days and even up to a week. So regarding the specific time where contact actually happened, during the day, what we realize is there are actually two, peaks. So the first is early in the morning, particularly for very close spatial space contact, where livestock are just coming out from their household, and you can see a lot of cattle mixing together in this first spike you see here. So basically the y-axis is proportion of contact, and then the x is the time of the day. So after this very sharp peak, which you see consistently depending on how you define contact, there is also this other peak here, well, around 12 to 3 o'clock, where there were also a lot of contact as well. That particularly when livestock were actually going to water point, and that's when they travel most. So also we noticed that between 50 meters to up to 200 meters, there were actually no difference at all, in contact category for 1 hour, which basically means that technically between 50 to up to 200 in an hour, any of those contact definitions are just the same. But we also saw a kind of, higher contact and possibly risk as we change contact definition from lower temporal scale to higher temporal scale. And that temporal component seems to be having higher effect when compared to the spatial one. And of course, heads that were very close to each other have much higher contact. So when we relate this to risks of FMD, what we realize here, based on heads that were within 10 kilometers to each other, from this middle panel, it shows that there is actually higher risks, as you change, contact category from 1 hour to 1 day and even several days to up to a week. For example, you could see here in this, magnified little box on the right, that the red dot here, which is the contact definition, within 200 meters in 1 hour, when you change that, still within 200 meters, but in 1 day, the contact increased by 4-fold and by 9-fold when the contact was duration of the contact was increased to several days and up to a week. And when you relate that to foot-and-mouth disease transmission, it basically means that the risk of transmission of FMD will increase by 4-fold when the virus can survive from 1 hour to up to 1 day. And that can even increase to 9-fold if the virus can survive for up to several days and up to a week. So when we look at the locations where contact is actually happening and to try to relate that to FMD transmission, what we realize is the highest risk is actually around dipping points and very far away from home boomers, and also during low rainfall. So basically what this means, if you translate that to the risks of pathogen transmission, it means there'll be higher risks of pathogen transmission where rainfall is low and at these critical points. But for instance, there's also higher risks as well among smaller heads, because what we see here is that there's actually higher contact, with smaller head sizes compared to the larger one. So basically what happened with these small heads is that they graze within the village. And there's so much high contact between them because there's this contact movement. As within the village, there's planting going on as well. So you can see that constant movement and then interaction of the small heads. But that risk is likely to be within the village because they hardly go outside the village, while the large heads are always moving outside the village. So their risk is likely to be transmission of pathogen between villages, while within villages is likely to be facilitated by small heads. And that's why we've seen in times where we investigate outbreaks, you see that once there's an outbreak in the head within the village, it spread very quickly, especially among smaller heads. Right, so the temporal scale of contact actually had greater effect compared to the spatial one, which simply means the duration, of contact will certainly, have a much higher effect when it comes to the distance of the contact definition. And the large heads are far more important to, when it comes to inter-village, connectivity and also spread of pathogen when compared to the smaller heads, which although have higher contact, but they are more implicated within village spread. And then resource areas are high risk areas because they were high contact proximal to these areas, but that depends on how contact was defined, particularly for water point and grazing. Overall, the dipping points are the highest risk area, regardless of how you define contact or depending on whether the virus is being transmitted directly, environmental contamination, or through aerosol. The dipping points are always high risk areas. Why the water points are also critical, however, that is only for direct transmission, which means scenarios where the pathogen can last for a few hours will be more critically at water point. But the grazing areas, is where you normally have these high risks for instances or conditions where the pathogen can remain in the environment for a longer period or where there is aerosol transmission. And what's really happening in the grazing area is livestock try to avoid each other as much as possible. So when they are grazing, they stay far away from each other, which is the reason why you don't see that direct contact. So a critical thing here is there in Serengeti district, there are 750,000 livestock, and this all huge amount of livestock use only 6 dipping points. So if, for example, we have more dipping points, say 12 dipping points, then there's a chance that that will reduce significantly the amount of contact that happen in dipping areas, which could be a way we can start thinking about reducing the number of outbreaks. Same with the water holes as well, particularly in time of scarcity. Yeah, so I would like to thank the people I work with in Glasgow and also colleagues in Tanzania and in ESLA, the field team, and also the funders. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Divine for a really interesting talk there, and I think that what I hope is that all of you listening this excellent session will see just how much we are learning from the modelling and quantification of movement. And what we saw there was what I think is one of the earliest studies of the use of large numbers of GPS markers in terms of mapping livestock movement. And we'll see, I'm sure, much more in the future as this sort of technology becomes more and more useful. Please do think about questions. Please do send questions in as we're going through. We are collating them as we're going along, and we'll take them in the round table. Thank you. Carissa, over to you.
Thanks very much, James, and Divine as well. So we have one more presentation for this session. It is from Glenn Guyver Fletcher, a PhD student with the University of Warwick. And Glenn will be presenting on a model exploration of carrier transmission sufficient for maintenance of endemic FMD.
Hello, I'm Glenn Guyver Fletcher, a PhD student from the University of Warwick in the UK. And today I wanted to talk about my work exploring carrier transmission sufficient for the maintenance of endemic foot-and-mouth disease. So time's limited, so let's go straight in. So, a large fraction of cattle who are acutely infected with foot-and-mouth disease will become persistently infected. This varies actually by species. So persistently infected animals are generally defined as animals, asymptomatic animals, from which you can recover virus more than 28 days post-infection. And there is speculation that carriers might contribute to persistence in endemic areas. So although there is anecdotal evidence that carrier cattle might be able to transmit and infect susceptible animals, and it has been shown that the virus you recover from carrier cattle, if injected, might be able to infect susceptible animals, actual transmission from carrier cattle has never actually been demonstrated experimentally. So it is clear that if carrier transmission does occur, it has to be a very low probability event, because we would have seen it otherwise. So what I wanted to look at was, how likely does carrier transmission actually have to be to have an effect on the persistence of foot-and-mouth disease in a region? And the tool I decided to use was a mechanistic mathematical model, because I am a mathematical modeler. And also, how do different assumptions about disease parameters change how likely it is? But first of all, let's go very quickly over the data. So this is a map of the Republic of Turkey, because the Republic of Turkey is where I have data for. It's been very kindly provided by veterinarians in the Republic of Turkey. So the data that I actually have is the farm locations, the cattle head counts on those farms, and actually cattle shipment records between farms covering around 5 years. So since modeling the entirety of Turkey is quite complex with the way the model is set up and very computationally expensive, only these areas that are actually highlighted in red are the ones that were modeled for this work. which is an area around 120,000 square kilometers and around 5,000 farms. So each farm is a point on a landscape, and the model simulates the spread of the disease within each farm and between each farm. So between each farm is by either local transmission, which is sort of a catch-all term for airborne transmission or fomite transmission, and also actual replaying of the cattle shipment records that we have. So that means that the cattle shipment record is a very realistic cattle network. And within each farm, each cow is sorted into a different compartment depending on their disease status. So they're either maternally immune, susceptible, and once they're infected, they proceed to become exposed, that is, they're latent, infectious, and from infectious, they proceed either to become persistently infected carriers, or they become recovered, that is, they are naturally immune. And over time, these immune cattle will eventually become susceptible again. So how does the likelihood of persistence actually change with the following parameters? So I was looking at the population of farms, whether or not simulating shipments between farms made it more likely for persistence to occur, the duration of immunity, carrier phase, and how infectious carrier animals actually are. So for each set of parameters, I simulated 5 years, 100 times, and then I took, converted into a percentage, the number of simulations where disease did persist in the general population at the end of the 5 years. So, first of all, carriers did appear to be able to support persistence, and this plot is a partial rank correlation coefficient plot that I did on the results, which found that the carrier duration, so this top one, and the carrier transmissibility were the most correlated parameters with the likelihood of persistence. So increasing the duration of the carrier states, as you might expect, makes it more likely that there will be persistence, because carriers have more opportunity to then infect susceptible animals. And increasing how infectious carriers are also increases the likelihood of persistence in a similar manner. And as you might expect, the duration of immunity is a negative correlation, because a longer duration of immunity makes it less likely for persistence to occur, because it makes it more likely that the infection will die out. And population and shipments didn't really have any correlation with the results. So this is a slightly complex plot which summarizes a lot of the results. So this y-axis is the percentage of runs which demonstrated persistence at the end of the 5 years. The x-axis is carrier transmission. Each quarter is, so this top quarter is a carrier duration. So in this top quarter, the duration of the carrier state was 180 days. In the second one, it's 540 days, 900, etc. And each line type is a different duration of the immune, the recovered compartment on average. So the solid black lines are approximately a year, and then it's 2 years, 3 years, etc. And finally, this red line is an estimate that I was using as sort of my upper bounds for what I wanted to look at. So the estimate is from Tenzin et al. 2008, where they did a meta-analysis of different experiments, different animal experiments on carrier transmission. And what they wanted to do was actually quantify how likely it is that carriers might transmit for use in these sorts of models. And they did notice that using the experimental studies that they were including, it wasn't quite possible to rule out that carriers might be transmitting and the experiments might just have missed it because it's a very small effect. And so I will note that everything to the left of these red lines is even more likely to have been missed, because the smaller the effect, the more experiments you need and the more animals you need to look at, or for longer, to actually see it. And the actual trend is fairly obvious. So you can actually get persistence even with very, very low values of carrier transmission. And obviously, as you increase carrier transmission, you get an increase in the likelihood of persistence. And within a certain assumed duration of the carrier state, a higher immune duration does make it less likely for persistence to occur, which is fairly obvious. Personally, I would say that this top quarter is probably the most interesting, because I would say that 6 months is probably the most likely duration of the carrier state. Anyway, in conclusion, it is theoretically possible for even very low carrier transmission rates to contribute to the persistence of foot-and-mouth disease, and low rates of transmission are much less likely to have been observed in experiments. And the most important factors for carriers contributing to persistence are the duration of the carrier state, carrier infectiousness, and the duration of immunity. Thank you for listening. Goodbye.
So another huge thanks to our last speaker of this first bit of the first part of the open session of EUFMD's 2020 special edition conference. We have started off very well, and now we'll have just 1 minute or so while the amazing team behind the scenes is rearranging our speakers to join the round table. They are actually going to put us around a wooden table, I'm assured, and you will see us sitting together in many different countries. I think we have all of the speakers who will be here to take questions. We've got a number that have been preset that we will start off with, but the chat function is going to be great for posing questions as we go through, and we will do our best to pick them up as we're going along. We've got a great team in EUFMD supporting all of the feeding questions both from the Facebook and the YouTube channels to the panel. So please don't think that that because we are so separated in space that we need to be separated in spirit or intellectually as we are dealing with the technology that's producing this session for us to be together virtually here at the end of pandemic 2020. Carissa, I think that we're going to hand over here to the jingle or some music.
That's right. Thank you very much, James. We'll let the support team run the jingle. Thanks.
Thank you all very much for joining us. It's great to see us here live at the first part of the open session of EUFMD 2020. Carissa, I think we're going to try and get these talks going on around the different parts of the speakers, and I think that we want to try and get questions for all of the speakers. But I wonder whether I could just start off by asking all of the speakers, and perhaps do it in the order that you've spoken. So we'll start off with you, Roland. You presented us with some fantastic data and some elegant modelling, and the same is true actually for all of you. What I'd really like to understand is what the modelling delivered in terms of understanding of disease risk that just looking at the data did not. Because I think so often we use a model because we're trying to use technology and it's a good thing to do, and we don't often enough take a step back and look very carefully at the data and think what we can understand from it. So Roland, I mean, you can talk maybe just very briefly to start things off about your observations from Serengeti.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the big things goes back to your point at the beginning, James, about the fact that we collect all the data in Europe, but not in Africa. But two, the potential is there because of things like mobile phone apps. So a large part of what we were doing is trying to assess just whether it would be valuable to collect these kinds of data in sub-Saharan Africa, and looking at what is the epidemiological impact, and therefore allowing policymakers to make better informed decisions about whether or not it's worthwhile. And I'll stop there and leave it for others to add to it, because I'm sure they have lots to say.
Yeah, thank you, Roland. Andrea, I wonder whether you can answer the same question now. What did the modelling, either in West Africa or in Vietnam, what did that deliver? That just looking at the really nice data that you presented between your two sub talks, and you're mute still, so you have to unmute to talk.
I always answer with a box sentence. Models are wrong, but are useful. As we show in Africa, working with West Africa, working with veterinarian services, is to say this is a tool for supporting decision. Something like, okay, we can make a nice plot of probability of getting infected and risk of introduction and admission, but the last answer, the last decision is left to the veterinarian services in our case. So it's just a tool, something like, okay, this is what's going on, what we think is going on, and how you can intervene. But for sure, I think also in the chat or something like how this can relate to control and surveillance. These are direction, or but it's not the final answer. Something like some tool to discuss with. Then I think both in East and West Africa we have this problem of data not complete in legal movement that are not collected. So especially for mobility, some case we have to say, okay, these are the legal data that we have, but then we have the the opinion of people and say, yes, but there are also all these illegal movements that we know they exist and we cannot quantify at this moment. They should be taken in account. So it's something like a more recursive process that we need to integrate this factor into the model construction.
Yeah, thank you, Andrea. Nicolas, I wonder whether we can come to you in terms of your description of the same question, because I think it's really interesting to think about things, and then we'll move to you, Divine, and then you, Glenn. Just very briefly, please, if you can touch on what the real insight that came from the modeling rather than the data.
Okay, hello everyone. Okay, regarding this kind of question, we are here in Brazil. It's mandatory the reports of the movements. So this is very important for us because we can access from the whole information of the network, and this is very stable over time. So the hubs in the last years probably gonna be the hubs in the next years. So this is a good point to target intervention actions. and this provides a useful framework to use over time.
Yeah, thank you, Nicholas. Divine, I think that this is an interesting question for you because the data is so exquisite, seeing these GPS movement data from 52 Hertz. It seems that we have lost Divine. So Glenn, I'm going to come straight to you, Glenn. I'm going to come straight to you, Glenn, and ask you to address this question now. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. In my case, I had a lot of data on actual farm locations. I didn't have so much data on like actual carrier dynamics. But for me, very much the thing that I wasn't expecting, the thing that I got from the model was that actually you can have low transmission from carriers, even very low transmission, and you actually still get persistence. And that's not the sort of thing that I was expecting when I went into it. And that's, I think I would say it's an insight due to the model.
Thank you. Thank you. Carissa.
I just wanted to introduce our colleague. For the viewers, you will not have seen Paolo Motta until this point in the session. So my apologies, Paolo, for neglecting to introduce you at the beginning. But Paolo's actually been working in the background here very hard to collate all of your questions from the forum. So everything that we can ask the speakers now is because Paolo has been working hard with the support team in the background. So Paolo is the manager of the EU FMD Pillar 3 activities, which focuses on promoting the uptake of the global strategy for the progressive control of FMD and similar transboundary animal diseases now also. So welcome, Paolo.
Yeah, Paolo, thank you, Paolo. It was really remiss of me to miss that because we've been interacting behind the scenes online and seeing all these things come from you. Then I talk about what you're doing, but I forgot to introduce you, so many apologies. So I've got a question for a keynote speaker, Roland first. Now, this more specific one, although the implications of it are, I think, are important to generalize. Well, the question, using characteristics of networks for interventions, targeting farms with higher degree centrality is feasible in models, but seems much more challenging to perform in practice unless animal movements are well documented and remain mostly unchanged over time. As a result, are such targeted intervention programs feasible in practice, and how would you identify relevant farms in real time?
I mean, it's an important challenge. So thank you, James. And it does actually relate back to the previous question, which is that, you know, in EU countries, we currently have in many of them at least, we have electronic tagging systems, which allows you to update records regularly. And so you get an almost real-time ability to track, to understand, and to trace where livestock are moving and how we might control it. Obviously, the question is that worth all the effort in countries with substantially less clout in terms of getting that kind of information? And what the modeling work that we and the others have done is show that, you know, having that detailed information, if you had it in real time, can have quite a substantial impact on disease transmission. And keep in mind all the technological changes that are going on now. As we mentioned before, the ability to have mobile phone apps, which allows you to very quickly record information from virtual and to download it really quickly as well. Equally, all of our information came from livestock markets. Now, rather than writing it on paper and then scanning it into essentially a tablet computer, it could be put into the tablet computer directly and again, almost immediately downloaded. So the actual cost may not be that high. It just requires, well, I shouldn't say just, I'm sure there's lots of logistical issues, but it would require a certain amount of effort to try to record that. And we could get those information in real time. So well worth thinking about, I would say.
Yeah, thanks, Roland. And I'm sure that what you describe is going to happen much more automatically in the future. It's just that it's not yet. And yeah, but let's hope that the amazing real-time insight can come from this. So welcome back, Divine. Sorry that you dropped connection. We've got a few questions, but then I'll come on to you for some questions at the end. So the next question I want to ask to Andrea. Andrea, you described the complexity of ruminant mobility in West Africa and how trade-related movements follows a demand-supply model. How much did you see, or would you expect the impact of market value of live animals on these dynamics to impact on the patterns of mobility, either nationally or regionally, so internationally? And do you think that that this can help with predictions, in particular of disease transmission risk?
So this is quite a tough question, and maybe we can answer in a couple of years, most likely. The problem of the price is that it depends on many factors, and also depends on the context where you are. It depends how they are at the interaction with the neighbor countries in terms of economic trade, inflation, variation of the value in the market, in the currency exchange. So there are many factors that could influence the formation of the price. Moreover, another important point is how the value chain is structured. I was discussing this with Alexei a few months ago, and he took me an example, different example of a value chain that could influence the price formation. Because if you have more industrialized, more industrialized setting, who is going to form the price is something like intermediate, those traders that collect animals. However, if we are going something more familiar, you can have different dynamics. It depends on the individual choices. So before answering the question on the prices, we should better understand how the value chain works. And disease can change abruptly from one country to another one. We are trying to understand this in Senegal and in other countries, but at this moment I cannot answer how prices. What other 2 points, discussing with other economists, in particular when there is a disease in the area, an epidemic is going on in the area, what happens is it's not selling animals, but actually hiring people to manage the herds separately. So what happened in West Africa, you can have for a village many families that they can send all together the herd. But when a disease is appearing in the area, what they do is trying to split. So each one is a herder. So is it going to have any repercussion at higher level? This is something that we have to understand. And we can naively think, okay, I have some animal that got infected, I start selling because I prefer to have some money fast before getting some loss. But this is something that should be studied more in detail. The other point is actually there was a work by Dean a few years ago about the fact how livestock owners communicate among themselves and how they choose some markets based on the price. So I cannot provide any answer yet, but also, I don't know, livestock owners communicate among them by phone and say, oh, here I sold animals at higher prices than somewhere else. And so they go in that area, in that market to sell animals. But is it going to influence some effect and influence the prices? So these are something that is not clear and is not quantified yet. And
okay. Thank you. That's a really interesting question. And so often while we're moving into these newer areas, we need to understand the drivers of the systems before we can really understand the impacts. I think that's a really important point, Andrea. Thank you very much. So Divine, I'm going to come to you next to ask about the inference from your data from cattle in Tanzania and the Serengeti. And it relates to whether we can improve surveillance using your data. Can we target the higher risk herds, which you've identified in particular as being the large ones because they're moving so much more, and understanding how these temporal scales impact on disease risks. So can we use it to improve surveillance? And then the obvious question everyone then wants to know is, can we then use it to impact on changing behavior? I think that's a far more difficult question to deal with in a realistic way, because behavior is so hard to change. But maybe you could talk about improving surveillance, and then perhaps I'll answer whether we can improve risk behavior. Thanks, Divine.
Yes, certainly. You know, the critical thing, which is what we've always thought in the past, is the larger heads are going to be implicated in most of the epidemics we are later to see, like the outbreaks that happen in local setting. But by tracking these livestock heads and then looking at the differences in terms of which of these head categories have higher rates, we actually realize that the larger heads, in as much as they are moving longer distances, they're actually more implicated in between village transmission. So that becomes a very important aspect of surveillance. So each time there is an outbreak, for example, if you focus your tracking on the large heads, then you know they are likely to be implicated in transmission of disease between one village and another, while the smaller heads are likely going to be more implicated in the within village spread. So yes, they can play a very critical role in the surveillance. Then I think something else which I mentioned as I was about to complete, you know, to summarize my talk, was the fact that in Serengeti district, we've got 750,000, you know, livestock, and they only share 6 dipping points. So, and that is the reason why the dipping point actually happens to be the highest risk areas as we're tracking this livestock. So the question is, if, for instance, we've got more dipping points, for example, would that reduce the risk of outbreaks? Which is yes, the question would be yes, because that means you don't have to mix with everyone almost on every single dipping day. So that could be a way we can start thinking about encouraging these local communities to say we can actually help you to get more dipping points, and also having more days available for dipping. Because what actually happened is the whole community only agree that they have to dip their livestock on 2 days in a month. And that means on every single dipping day, everyone has to come into those dipping points. But what if we have more dipping days, right? So that you don't always have to congregate at the same time, you know, at different times of the week, and also more dipping points as well. So that is already a practical way we think we can actually start reducing risks and of course local outbreaks in these communities.
Divine, thank you very much. That's a great answer, and it'll be really interesting to see this work taking forward, and to see how it progresses with that more detailed understanding of the role of movement. So Glenn, I'm going to come to you now, and I want to ask you about the impact in your modelling of the structure of the production system, including the demographics of the animals that you're considering. Does that structure have a real impact, or is it really if you change the structure, your connectivity to the different parts of your system, does it have a huge, are your answers sensitive to those things, or is it really just a reflection of baseline risk and baseline transmissibility of carrier animals? Thank you.
Well, I think that's a very good question. So in terms of actual production system data, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of that. So the actual structure of the model is assuming that farms are almost self-contained, other than the local spread and the shipments. Whereas I think it's very good, because there are other production systems that would be very interesting to look at, like say more pastoral settings, or if you had data on how likely cattle were to actually share, say, water sources with other farms, which I believe is the case in a lot of sub-Saharan Africa. That I would say that probably would change the dynamics almost, because you'd have more interaction between carriers, so there'd be more opportunity for spread, etc. Unfortunately, for the data that I had, I didn't have actual production system data to look at that. It's certainly something I would like to look at. In terms of the shipments, so they were taken into account in the work that I was doing. So the actual replaying of the shipments was shipping some carriers around, so that was taken into account. The demographics, so although I didn't have any age data, I did include like a maternally immune compartment to the model. In a way, almost a holdover from some of the work that I was doing, and to try and make it more realistic. My first thought would be that probably it wouldn't have a massive effect on the results.
No. Okay, Glenn, thank you very much indeed. I'm going to cut you off there just to finish. Nicholas, to ask you to, in less than a minute, answer how information on network topology be used to inform tailored early detection approaches, depending on these different network systems in your modelled area of Brazil. I mean, is it possible to do that? But sorry, the time is very brief for that answer. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll look at more time. So here in Brazil, the network has very different structures. For instance, the cattle trade follows a scale-free properties. So we have a very large scale of networks connecting one with farm from the others. On the other hand, the small ruminants are very highly related with this cattle trade, but it's a very disconnected network. So epidemics in this network is very hard to get successful in this sense. And in addition, so for the swine train, here we have a pyramidal structure where we have the nurseries, the same animals to finishers and complete the all transition in the contact chains. So this pyramidal structure makes more easy the spread disease over the network. So the topology of the networks is very different for each kind of species. And regarding with those, we need so many farms to target in the cattle populations, for instance, to break the transmissions. For the small ruminants, it's a very disconnected network, so the impact of the remotion, we're gonna see a higher effect. But in the swine train or in this swine network, if you target a lower percentage of the network, you can see a very high impact in order to break the transmissions on the network. So that's it.
Nicholas, thank you very much. That's an excellent answer and a great way to finish off this roundtable discussion. I would like to thank all of the speakers who not only have done a great job presenting really interesting data, and that's both the shorter presentations, but also very importantly our three keynote speakers and the two keynote presentations. Thank you all very much for making this session as interesting as it has been. What I'd also like to do is to thank Carissa and Paolo very much. They have been absolutely instrumental in making this session run as well as it has done. This is the end of the roundtable, but please remember that the live will continue at 3 p.m. Central European time. In the meantime, please do go and visit the poster session in the virtual room on the other website. There's a great set of posters there, and you won't regret visiting them and seeing the amazing things there. Thank you all very much, and I think we're progressing to the jingle music now that we're all becoming very familiar with, and I hope to see you later at 3 p.m. Central European time. Thank you all very much.
It's a real pleasure. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Open Session 2020. I hope you enjoyed the morning sessions and you had a nice lunch break. We're going to start now the second session of the day, and I will hand over to our chair, Professor James. Are you online?
Yeah, Paolo, thank you very much indeed. And it's a great pleasure to be back here this afternoon after a really tremendous session this morning that the EU FMD team have done such a great job presenting for us all online. And it's great to be part of this and with this great scientific program and real interest from around the world. So many of you will have picked up that unfortunately one of our keynote speakers very recently has had to withdraw from the program. So we are going to start off with our second keynote speaker, Dr. Eugenio Valdano, who's going to be presenting some fascinating work looking at the analysis of movement records from cattle from 13 different European countries. So it's a great pleasure to introduce Eugenio to you. As you can see, is from ANSERM. And Eugenio, over to you. Listen with great interest. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you can all hear me quite well. Good afternoon, and first of all, I would like to really thank the organizers for inviting me here today. It's really great to be here with you. So let's jump right into the presentation. Next slide, please. So as Professor Roland Cow this morning told everybody, in the EU, each country per European regulation has to collect real-time data on cattle trade movements. Now, these movements find a natural representation in terms of a network, whose nodes are all the premises involved in the market, and the links represent exchanges of animals due to trade transactions. These are high-resolution data that generate high-resolution networks. These networks are weighted by the number of animals moved. They are, of course, directed, and they are time evolving because these movement data are collected with a daily time resolution. We're certainly not the first ones to analyze this kind of data. Many people, possibly, certainly in the audience, have studied these movements and linked them to the spread of diseases, as we also saw in the morning presentations. However, this has mostly been done in one country and one region at the time. This makes it hard to extract robust general properties of these networks that can predict the fate of an epidemic. Next slide, please. I have to remember to. Okay, yeah. So basically, we want to understand if this mobility data can predict the vulnerability of a specific market to a specific class of infectious diseases. Vulnerability is in terms of risk of large-scale outbreaks, given, for example, introduction, but also how hard it is to eliminate a disease if it's already endemic. Next. To this end, some specific scientific questions need an answer. Can we find structural properties shared by all cattle trade networks as sort of a fingerprint? Are there instead properties that are country or time specific? And can we use them to classify markets? I'm sorry, I was reading, doesn't concern me, right? No. That are country or time specific. And most importantly, which of these properties, if any, predict vulnerability? And does this predictive power extend to countries, to time periods for which we have partial or incomplete or missing data? Next. To this end, we need to develop a data-driven approach, of course, and for that, we need a lot of data. We need a lot of data from different countries and in different points in time. Anybody who has worked with this data knows how hard this can be. And if you manage to, it certainly takes a lot of time. Next. So the idea is to join forces with the other institutions that in each country have already access to their own data. They can be universities, veterinary institutions, ministries of agriculture, etc. So since the data couldn't get to us, we decided to use a bring code to the data approach. I've developed a library on GitHub that provides a standardized routine of analysis of these networks. People can download that, analyze their data locally, and then return to us the output. Next. We process this output that we receive, and we build a comparative analysis. And of course, then we feed it back to our partners for the discussion, because of course their knowledge of the specific features or maybe regulations of their country is paramount to correctly interpret the results. There are two big advantages to this approach. The first one is, as I said, it requires no data sharing. The data stay where they are. Second, it's completely scalable. So anyone can join at any moment, as the routines are already standardized. Next, please. So the final product will be a public release of an analysis library that anyone can use and anyone can collaborate to. It's more than code sharing. It's more than code sharing because, in a sense, it's providing an easy-to-use piece of software to people working maybe in the field who might not have the necessary computing expertise to build their own analysis of routine analysis. Okay, next, please. So this is the current status of our project. We have 13 countries on board, 12 EU countries plus Switzerland, comprising 75% of the EU cattle market. This means every year, 70 million animals, 45 million animal movements, and 1 million premises involved in the market. Next. Okay, let's start to get to know these markets and extract some very simple, very coarse-grained indicators. Here on the left-hand side, you have the number of active animal holdings per year per country. By active, I mean they had at least one trade transactions during that year. On the right-hand side, you have instead the average numbers of animal movements per animal holding per year. So these two pictures already show us that we are looking at widely different markets spanning order of magnitudes. Look, for instance, at Denmark, which is the light blue. So Denmark, as you see on the left, has very few holdings compared to, say, Italy, which is the purple one. But it has, look at on the right, more than twice the density of movements. Next, please. So clearly, these simple metrics tell us that much. We need to dig deeper into these networks. I'm going to quickly give some examples. We study the geography of markets. Here you have the spatial distribution of active premises, outgoing animals, so meaning animals leaving a specific location, and the net flux of animals, incoming minus outgoing. Maps like these allow a qualitative comparison among countries, but we needed an automatic classification. So from these maps and maps like these, we extracted indicators, for example, of different kinds of spatial correlation of these quantities that then allow the synthetic comparison among countries. And we did the same with time. Next, please. Here you have the number of active premises, active animal holdings, so animal holdings that are exchanging animals each day of the data sets. Different countries, again, behave differently. Take, for instance, Germany. Next, please. Should I highlight? Yeah, so that green over there, it's Germany. It looks like a stable value with some high frequency noise around. Then next, please, if you look at Ireland, well, Ireland, it's the opposite. It has strong seasonal patterns that are clearly visible from this timeline. Again, to quantify these, and to categorize the different countries, we analyzed the Fourier spectra of time series like this and extracted indicators encoding the dominant time scales, be them weekly, monthly, seasonal, yearly. And for each country, we computed the weight of these different time scales. Next, please. So these examples, however, that I shown you so far do not study how the specific network structure evolves in time. One thing is to measure how many holdings send out animals and see how this evolves with time. Another is to check if a specific holding sends animals always to the same holding, or if instead it changes recipients. It changes customers in a way. To do that, we defined network memory as follows. So imagine you have these 3 holdings in green over here, and the links are the cattle exchanges over 2 months. Memory is the fraction of exchanges that are repeated over the total number of exchanges. If all exchanges are repeated, then memory is 1. If all exchanges are distinct, then no memory. Memory is 0. Next, please. Okay, let's take again Germany and Ireland as an example. We have here on the right-hand side plots memory between 2 monthly networks as a function of how many years have passed between them. Germany, you see, it's a very smooth decreasing function of time. So the further apart these months are, the lower the memory is between these 2 months, the network memory between these 2 months. In Ireland, on the other hand, there's also a component that decreases with time, but we see these spikes occurring yearly. This means that, for instance, in Ireland, February of 2018 is less similar to its following month, March 2018, than February 1 year after. Next, please. So we designed measures like these and more, and out of them, we extracted 85 synthetic indicators that we used as features to then classify and compare our markets. We extracted coarse grain features like the ones that I showed you in the very beginning, down to advanced network analysis features. Next, please. Now, I like this visualization because it's a 3-dimensional embedding of this 85-dimensional dataset. Each point is a specific year of a specific country, and colors, of course, mark different countries. You start to see interesting things, like, for example, Austria, Switzerland, and Slovenia, they cluster together. They are close by in space, and they cluster together also in this representation of the network space, let's say. Then you also see that Northern Ireland lies in the middle between Great Britain and Ireland. And then another example, France and Germany are mixed together. But now, visualizations aside, now that we have a set of indicators to synthetically and comparatively analyze markets, we need to measure vulnerability to diseases. Next, please. As an indicator for vulnerability, we will use the epidemic threshold. So what's the epidemic threshold? Imagine that you have a very simple spreading model in which your animal premises can be either disease-free, so susceptible to being infected, or they can have an ongoing outbreak inside. And then, of course, outbreaks inside a farm has a characteristic time scale of duration, which is encoded in this parameter mu. And also there's another parameter, which is the transmissibility. So the probability that if an infected farm sends out an infected animal, that animal will cause an outbreak in the receiving farm. Now imagine you can play with the transmissibility of this disease model. It makes sense to imagine that if you decrease the disease transmissibility, the number of infected farms, the number of farms with outbreaks in your country, in your market, will go down up to a certain point, below which it's always going to be 0. This critical transmissibility value is called the epidemic threshold. Now, next, please. The epidemic threshold is a good metric for vulnerability. Basically, because if the threshold is low, then the transmissibility of the disease is likely to be well above the threshold, meaning that the system is very vulnerable to the pathogen. Conversely, if you have a high epidemic threshold, this means that the transmissibility of the disease is likely to be lower than the threshold. And more than that, even more clearly, you can use it comparatively, because as per this definition, the epidemic threshold naturally ranks markets according to how vulnerable they are, given the same, of course, disease natural history. Next, please. So, indication that this definition of vulnerability works also comes from epidemiological data. In a parallel study that we have done, we have proven that the vulnerability measured through the epidemic threshold is associated to the number of recorded brucellosis outbreaks in Italian regions. Next, please. In other works, we also have developed the theoretical methodology and the computational implementation to compute the epidemic threshold, and so the vulnerability, on networks exactly like the ones representing cattle trade. We can thus combine the analysis software that I described at the beginning with the vulnerability computation software in a single tool that stakeholders can download and use locally. Next, please. And this is the current result. So this is the measured vulnerability in each country each year of the study. We also explored different in-farm outbreak durations to span different classes of disease. Next, please. Okay, now we have all the ingredients that we need to build our prediction model, which is predicting vulnerability from network indicators, from market features. We will test two types of predictions. One, predict the vulnerability of a new year of a country we know, meaning a country we have past data for. And two, predict a new year for a country we have no past data for. Next, please. But first, one other interesting fact. We don't need 85 indicators into, we don't need to put all the 85 indicators into our prediction model, it turns out. We exploited the redundancy of this 85-dimensional space and reduced its dimensionality. Remember, a little bit like the 3D visualization that I told you. And selected different subsets, each of them composed just of 5 indicators out of the 85. And we also tested the predictive power, not only of the full 85th dimensional dataset, but also of these 5 indicators at the time. Next, please. Okay, first result, predict the vulnerability of a new year of a country that we know. The y-axis here is a synthetic measure of our predictive power, a combination of precision and recall. Basically, the higher it is, the better. On the x-axis, you have different models. You have the one using all the datasets, so 85 features, 85 indicators, and then some of the selected 5-dimensional subsets that I described. As you can see, they all predict vulnerability very well. The score is 0.8 is high, and it's also much higher than a dummy model that predicts vulnerability basically at random. We also tested precision and recall separately, and they are all high and around 0.8. And even more interestingly, this predictive power remains high across the subsets of 5 features, meaning that you don't need all the high resolution information in the cattle network datasets. You can select some meaningful subsets of summary indicators that you might have easier access to, or that might be available for countries for which you don't have the full high resolution network dataset. Next, please. Finally, as I explained, we wanted to see if you can also predict a completely new country. By say predicting, of course, I mean predict the vulnerability of a brand new country, for a country we had no previous data for, just using data from other countries. The answer is yes, as the predictive power is still high, as you can see on the left, albeit it's lower than before, because of course we are feeding the model less information. Now if you look at the F1 score, it's around 0.6. We also tested predictability across country. What does that mean? Maybe country X is predictable once you have data on countries Y and Z, but country Y is not predictable from X and Z, for example. The answer, as the plots on the right show, is that country predictability depends on the class of disease. For very long and very short in-farm outbreak durations, for instance, we found that among our countries in the study, Austria and Denmark are the least predictable. Switzerland is the most predictable, meaning that if you have the other countries and you want to predict vulnerability in Switzerland, you can pretty much do so. Instead, for outbreak durations that are in the middle between these two extremes, the picture completely changes. So France becomes the least predictable, Germany the most predictable. Next, please. So I'll quickly finish. To sum up, we analyzed 13 European countries comprising 75% of the cattle market. We developed a standardized platform for network analysis and vulnerability computation that requires no centralized data collection. We combined comparative analysis and vulnerability computation to predict market vulnerability to infectious diseases. And we did that using very few structural properties of the cattle tray network. Next. And I'm done, and I will finish thanking the many people involved in the studies, some of them probably here in this session, and in particular, Vittoria Colizza at INSERM.
James, sorry to interrupt before we start with the discussion after this very good talk. I just would like to give an announcement to the audience. We apologize for the slight background noise on the virtual tour. We are working on that, and we should be able to solve the issue at the soonest. Please, James, back to you.
So I want to thank Eugenio very much for his fascinating talk, and I was very alarmed when he disappeared, but I'm very pleased that he's come back again now. Because of our last-minute change in schedule, we have time just for two questions that have been posed through the different fora. Eugenio, I'm going to ask you one relating to the implementation of this research and practice, and the other relating to indirect transmission routes, indirect contacts in the transmission of foot-and-mouth disease. So the first question that I want to pose of your really interesting method and the fascinating data that results that have come from your analysis of this multi-country collaboration. Can you see for a model that's based, I think, entirely on cattle movements, that this can already be of use to animal health officials to help improve the practical control of foot-and-mouth disease outbreaks, or even the practical implementation of preparatory measures? And do you have any opportunity or any plans to try and implement this as a all susceptible species model rather than just a cattle model?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very relevant point. So the first one is, yes, I think it can be useful for the reason on how, well, for two reasons. One, how vulnerability is defined, as I briefly mentioned, it's something that's basically a differential measure. So it's very useful to compare different situations. That can be, as I said, to different countries, to different markets, but it can also be a specific market before and after something has happened. If you intervention that somehow changes the network structure, then you can use this metric to see how this has changed the vulnerability. If it has, how much it has lowered vulnerability, or maybe if there are some changes that you actually haven't foreseen, they might actually have made the country more vulnerable. So you can carry out that, and that will remain relevant even if you are just considering one route of transmission. What you are going to lose is that you're not controlling for what's happening with the other routes of transmission. So to make this model more complete, of course, you would need, keeping the same methodology, you would need to add different layers. So this is if you imagine the network as a superposition of different layers. Now we have just one layer, which is cattle trade movements. You could put another network which encodes the layer of spatial dispersion. So the coupling between two farms is going to be related with the distance, which can be the geodesic distance or can be some accessibility. So the methodology is there. There is some intrinsic value, but of course, to get really the complete picture, you have to add more layers.
Thank you very much, Eugenio. That's a really interesting answer. But can I push you more specifically on the role? So for foot and mouth disease, we know that indirect fomite-based transmission through contaminated equipment, vehicles, and operators can be really important in terms of transmission, particularly at the end stages of disease where there's not so much animal-to-animal transmission. Do you think it's possible to use the same approach of bringing the code to data, working with local businesses, local farming businesses, to bring the same approach to bring in another layer for these indirect transmission events, rather than just doing things on a kind of dispersal, spatially based dispersal model approach?
No, I think that so it's possible to add in indirect transmission. The problem is that you can't. You need at least a country level database of what these data are. For example, I remember working with our partners in Sweden. They have the identity of trucks. So for other countries, we just used animal X gets from farm A to farm B, but we don't know if this animal has stayed in a truck with other animals, and most importantly, as you were saying, the route that this truck is taking, because it might bring the infection to some farms, even if it doesn't leave cattle there. So the problem is that with this kind of data, you can absolutely integrate them by redefining the network, basically. The problem is having a centralized database at country level that has this kind of data. To my knowledge, that's not required. So if it were, and if you could have access to it, then you would probably be able to. What I don't think it's feasible in the short term is having multiple actors in a single country sharing partial data in different formats. I mean, everything's doable, but probably it's not the best employ of time in a sense, because that would require years just to homogenize the database. It's a work on its own.
Eugenio, on behalf of all of the people listening, can I thank you very much for a fascinating presentation of some really interesting work that you've done. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Paolo, I think between us we're going to introduce the next talk, and then we'll hit more of a routine with the established program.
Yes, exactly, James. Really thank you to Eugenio. I hope we'll have the chance to have more questions with you during the Q&A session. Now we have the next speaker coming on board is Cecile Squarzoni, which is epidemiologist from the French Agricultural Research Center for International Development. I leave the floor to the record that she provided us for this presentation. Thank you.
Qualitative risk assessment to estimate the risk of introduction and spread of transboundary animal disease in scarce data environments and the major role of animal mobility. So the background is that transboundary animal disease are a permanent threat for livestock holders and many developing countries. So surveillance and control of transboundary animal disease in countries with limited resources and scarce data is very challenging. So we are developing a participative qualitative risk assessment framework to support animal health services in building their own surveillance control strategy based on gain skills and knowledge in risk assessment, risk mapping, and risk-based surveillance. We support field activities like survey on animal mobility, surveillance protocol, and to help them to detect hotspots for risk of introduction and risk of spread of transboundary animal disease on a national scale, and to hold regional training action workshop with national animal health services to build regional and national risk map. We cover over 20 countries in North and West Africa, in Caribbean region, and the Middle East and Transcaucasus. This framework, it is a participative and iterative qualitative risk assessment framework that we can be used to evaluate the spatial variation of the risk of infectious animal disease, introduction and spread on a national scale. It is a global and qualitative framework to overcome the limited availability of the data required to assess the risk of infections of animal disease and introduction and spread at a national scale. We need the active involvement of national animal health services for the identification, collection, and hierarchization of risk factors, and to collect and centralize data. Quantitative data were collected in the field or centralized and clean, and expert knowledge was integrated to adjust the available data at regional level and national level. Experts categorize and combine the risk factors into ordinal levels of risk per unit, epidemiological unit, to ease implementation of risk-based surveillance in the field. It is an iterative participatory approach combining expert opinions and consensus to identify, collect, clean, categorize, weight, and combine spatial risk factors. Use multi-criteria evaluation method, including data on transboundary animal movement to assess the risk of animal disease occurrence. And at the final of this framework, we are available to build risk maps and risk-based surveillance protocol for national countries. Expert elicitation is crucial to identify the relevant risk factors for each risk pathway in the framework. So during participatory and regional session, this expert identify the relevant spatial information available for the risk assessment related to identify risk factors as additional data for the risk mapping and assessment necessitating the implementation of field survey if necessary. For example, you can see on the picture, to assess the risk of introduction, experts will evaluate the risk of release of a given pathogen from a source country given the available epidemiological information. The source country will be scored based on several criteria, including the efficiency of the management of animal health of the given disease, for example, control at the border, vaccination, or surveillance, risk-based surveillance. Experts also will consider the existing data on transboundary animal movement, formal and informal movement, such as data from literature or data or report from field survey to complete the evaluation, and finally to combine all risk factors to estimate the risk of introduction. To assess the risk of spread, experts will collect data on the distribution of susceptible animal population using national register or data from the literature. They would collect information on national animal movement and animal gathering areas like water points, market, pasture, quarantine station, and etc. And the pathogen and animal disease epidemiology will be considered, for example, persistence of the pathogen or transmission routes, in order to list the potential risk factors of importance to the spread. And finally, we combine all risk factors and layers to estimate the risk of spread. So it is an integrated approach based on quantitative data and qualitative assessment. To validate the methodology, we have used data on FMD outbreaks in Tunisia. So you can see in this picture the framework that we use to perform a qualitative assessment of the risk of introduction and spread of foot and mouth disease in Tunisia during a series of workshops held between 2015 and 2018. Using a spatial Poisson model, a significant alignment between the very high and high risk categories of spread and the occurrence of FMD outbreaks was shown. The relative risk of FMD occurrence was thus 3 to 2 points higher for IMADA in the very high and high risk spread categories than for IMADA in the low and negligible risk category. Our results show that the qualitative risk assessment framework can be useful a decision support tool for risk-based disease surveillance and control, in particular in scarce data environment, and used by countries and vet services help them to control and surveillance strategy. Using free open source software and data, this proposed framework could be easily used by vet services working in data scarce setting and with low resources to develop risk-based surveillance and control measures. This generic framework is suitable for the assessment of risk related to any animal infectious disease for a large range of available data sets and in a diversity of contexts, national and regional, and endemic or episodic disease. In particular, the framework can be useful for priority disease set by domain experts, field veterans, veterinary services, and academics through training action workshop and training action programs, considering a regional approach to optimize surveillance system based on risk. You can see on this picture the example of avian influenza and the surveillance and control strategy developed in the field by vet services in specific country in Africa, and the specific context with a vigilant context or endemic context or infected country or non-infected country. This framework can be optimized, control and response measure, and of course, active surveillance. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Cecile, for the presentation. So now onwards, we are going to progress with the different talks, and then we will stop for a Q&A and roundtable session at the end. So I would like to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Wanyo Ike from ILRI, the International Livestock Research Institute. Hi, Francis.
Hi, Paulo.
Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, okay. The title of the presentation that I'm going to make is the impact of environmental changes and disruption of production and price variations on animal mobility, movement patterns, and spread of fast diseases. The presentation was put together by myself and two other colleagues from ILRI, that is Rakbata and Dorapo and Ahoro. Next slide, please. To begin with, we look at the distribution of livestock production systems in the world. We do this by looking at a map from a report by the Global Strategy to Improve Animal and Rural Statistics in the year 2016. As we can see from the map, most of the areas where livestock is produced are rangelands in arid and temperate areas. Overall, rangeland production systems cover about 60 million square kilometers, which is equivalent to 45% of the Earth's land surface. Dryland production systems, including all arid and hyper-arid systems, cover over 45 million square kilometers, or 34% of the Earth's land surface. Next slide, please. It's important to note that in the rangelands and also drylands, nomadic pastoralism and also transhumance and agropastoralism are the main sources of livelihoods. Experts acknowledge that it's rather difficult to get an accurate estimate of the total number of pastoralists and transhumans in the world. However, in 2002, it was estimated that there were about 180 million pastoralists in the developing countries. This includes 46% from Asia and 37% from Africa. If other countries were included, it was projected that there would be something like 200 million pastoralists in the world. Next slide, please. It's important to note that nomadic pastoralism and transhumance are characterized by high degrees of mobility. Two types of mobilities can actually be distinguished, and these include commercial mobility and also mobility in search of pastured water, or strictly speaking, transhumance and nomadism. If we look at these two mobilities separately, we find that commercial animal movements can be both national or international in nature. It's also important to note that commercial movement of animals represents important economic activities in numerous countries and also regions. In the Sahel and West African regions, for example, the commercial movement of animals represent important economic activities for countries including Mauritania, Mali, Niger, and Chad. In Mauritania, about 7 million ruminants are marketed each year, and 65% of these go to other countries, including Senegal, Gambia, and Guinea-Bissau. In the country, that is Mauritania, livestock accounts for 80% of the agriculture GDP. Another example is the Horn of Africa, where livestock, commercial movement of livestock are also important economic activities for countries like Somalia, Ethiopia, Sudan, and Kenya, among others. In Somaliland, in Somalia, where IRRI has been involved, you find that over 3 million small ruminants are exported each year, and the most important export destinations include Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. In that country, livestock accounts for 60 to 65% of GDP, 70% of employment, and 85% of foreign exchange earnings. Next slide, please. Due to a number of reasons, including lack of slaughterhouses and freezing storage facilities, high transport costs, and religious requirements, a large volume of the trade takes place in the form of, live animals. Yeah. So these live animals, in the process of moving, are either tracked or tracked, or even shipped. Now, tracking and shipping may involve movement over very long distances over a short period of time. It's also projected that the commercial movements of livestock is going to increase in line with the rising demand for livestock products due to increasing human population and also economic growth. results from the impact model show that consumption of animal protein in the world is going to rise from an average of 32 grams per person per day in 2010 to 38 grams per person per day in 2030. Where that may not sound very much, when you consider that together with the rising human population, you find that the demand for animal proteins is going to double between 2010 and 2030. And also there will be a huge increase in Asia. Next slide, please. So this this graph shows the projected world prices of livestock commodities and alternative scenarios of global economic and climate change. What we can see from the graph is that there will be a price incentive for the trade in livestock and livestock products to drive, as prices are projected to rise with growth, economic growth, and also climate change. Next slide, please. So, looking at the other type of animal mobility, which is transhumance and nomadism, you find that this involves movement of animal in search of pasture and water. In the past, pastoralism practices have been considered archaic and less productive. However, recent studies have proven that adaptability and mobility are sound strategies for using unpredictable seasonal food and water resources that vary from year to year and from place to place in arid areas. It's important, however, to note that the issue of environmental change and mobility patterns of pastoralists and transhumans has not been well studied. On the balance, however, it's expected that climate change will lead to increased frequency of extreme weather events such as droughts, storms, and floods, and this is expected to trigger increasing migration, including among pastoralists. Next slide, please. Results from a system dynamic model of small ruminants production and marketing in Somaliland by Somalia shed some light on how climate change may impact livestock production in pastoral and transhuman systems. The model uses monthly rainfall data for the period between 1991 and 2015 to compute the carrying capacity in the rangelands in Somaliland. As you can see from the figure, a long run downward trend in carrying capacity is unfolding, mainly due to rangeland destructions, which happens especially during during droughts, severe droughts, when the number of animals in the rangeland surpass the carrying capacity. Now, for countries that buy animals from Somalia, the implication is that with the expected drop in production, the marketing, there might be emergence of rogue marketing channels as animals are sourced from far away areas, and that means more animal movement. Also, it's expected that there might be increased movements by pastoralists in search, running away from droughts and in search of water and pasture. Next slide, please. Now, what does all this mean, or what is the implication of this on FMD and other transboundary diseases? Find that as animals move, both nationally and internationally, the pathogens and also vectors also move with them. So the movements could introduce new pathogens in naive areas and then trigger epidemics. In the case of FMD, commercial movements covering long distances, in a few days, and also transhumance movements, they have the potential of seeding epidemics in zones far away from the first cases. To assess the risk of disease spreading and also develop good control strategies, an understanding of the mobility patterns is important. Unfortunately, for developing countries, little or no data exists on this. In addition, attempts by government to regulate movement of animals has often led to increase in illegal movements. Next slide, please. In conclusion, we can say that commercial and also pastoral and transhuman movements of animals are likely to continue and even increase in the coming years. We can also say that the increased mobility increases the risk of outbreaks of FMD and other similar transboundary diseases. And also to mitigate the risk of outbreaks of these diseases, there is a need to invest in animal movement and disease surveillance and monitoring systems. This is particularly so in the developing countries where these do not exist. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Francis, for the talk. I have to introduce now Ryan Aguano, veteran epidemiologist working at the FAO, which is going to take us through a presentation about a tool that has been recently developed. Ryan, please, the floor is yours.
I'm Ryan Aguano, veterinary epidemiologist at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations in Rome. I'll be presenting on the participatory mapping of animal mobility patterns using FAO's Epidemiology Value Chain platform, known as the EVC platform. Epidemiology value chain is a term we've created, which of course looks at epidemiological aspects along animal value chains, rather than focusing on the economic aspect of adding value to these commodities. The EVC platform was not created to address concerns about a lack of studies on animal epidemiology and mobility. Taking just a few moments to search on Google Scholar, we can quickly see that in the last 10 years, there have been about 18,000 scholarly documents on animal movement and 1,500 related to animal mobility. However, there are two main concerns we have with this work. The first being that the findings of academic studies, whose dissemination is often limited to scientific journals and grey literature, is inaccessible to those stakeholders involved on the ground and therefore unable to reliably generate an impact with those same actors. Our second concern lies with the primary objectives of these studies, which are often academic in nature. This results in significant generation of new knowledge and understanding, but potentially does not fall within the priorities of those being studied, as far as policy creation and planning of field interventions. Therefore, the EVC attempts to address these two concerns by incorporating a participatory process and working with national veterinary services on identifying their objectives for the collection, analysis, and communication of animal mobility data, and then connect these objectives directly to potential interventions aimed at generating the greatest impact in the field. Two characteristics of the EVC I want to expand on are the participatory and real-time features of the platform. By having national epidemiology units involved from the beginning in determining the visualizations and analysis they require, the applications generated are fit for purpose. In fact, we try to work backwards by first looking at what type of outcomes they want to achieve from a disease prevention, detection, and control standpoint, and then work with them on deciding what outputs will be required to support such an outcome. In the image on the bottom left, we can see a screenshot from the website, which hosts the platform. There are, in fact, multiple applications within the EVC, and within each application, there are multiple tools available. Related to animal mobility patterns, there are currently 4 tools which support different types of animal mobility mapping and analysis, which start with single movements collected in real time from the field, moving to movement flows and cross-border movement tools, which are both more generalized expert-led desktop reviews, and finally, movement certificates, which allow for retrospective data from previously filled-in forms in a country to be mapped and analyzed. Concerning the real-time component, by utilizing veterinary services in the data collection aspects, we've been able to create a system that is consistently generating up-to-date information, and not only that from a moment in time. Of course, due to the already high workloads in the countries, we don't foresee data collection occurring constantly, but after initial rounds of collection to populate the platform, it would be beneficial to have data collected again every few months. This practice would allow us to mitigate the limitations seen in many external studies, such as data ownership and seasonality. There is precedence for real-time reporting being conducted by veterinary services for disease outbreaks, but the EVC attempts to go a step further by instituting real-time decision-making. What I mean by that real-time decision-making term is that data from the field is processed, analyzed, and output near instantly, supporting both technical and policy level stakeholders in determining what interventions are needed at present. In the bottom right photo, you can see better how the data flow works. For all of the tools, it begins with a specifically created EpiCollect 5 or Google form being filled in either the field or through a desktop. This data feeds directly into Google Sheets, which can then be read by a variety of online applications, such as MicroReact, Awesome Tables, FlowMap.blue, ArcGIS Online, Carto, QGIS, and Google Maps, depending on the dynamic visualizations and the analysis which the country wants. This last step involves dissemination of all this work through the platform's website, for which each country has their own section. To date, the EVC has been run in 3 separate waves. It originally started as the market profiling tool in Vietnam around 2016, and then within 3 years, all live bird markets in Vietnam, which is a little more than 1,000 of them, were profiled by veterinary services, including their trade networks. As a result of this work, we have outputs such as that on your screen. I'm not sure if the presenters are able to play the video, but without being able to see the dynamic visualizations offered by the FlowMap.blue online application, you can get a sense of the trade flows between different markets in the still image, indicating where live birds are moving to and from. Another form of processing of this data is that market locations have been overlaid on top of a map of highly pathogenic avian influenza endemicity from a separate study, allowing us to see which markets are located in higher risk zones. Since Vietnam, there have been smaller but still successful pilots of the market profiling application across 5 countries in Eastern and Southern Africa. Specifically, these are Mozambique, Uganda, Ethiopia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Rwanda. These pilots still captured only live bird markets, however, though we've also done some camel value chain focused work in both Kenya and Egypt, which are related to MERS COV, project that is still ongoing. Most recently, we've begun our first full-scale rollout of the entire platform in Ghana, where not only markets are going to be profiled, but other points along the value chain, this time for all livestock, as well as the expansion of the movement patterns I discussed on the slide previously. This will be the first time we're able to work closely with the veterinary services to roll out the entire platform from the beginning, and we fully expect it will generate a lot of lessons for us, which we can apply to other countries and regions. Thank you for your time. Again, I'm Ryan Aguano from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations.
Thank you, Ryan. So we can progress with the next speech, the next talk by Dr. Beatriz Vitondo, researcher at the Department of Clinical Research and Public Health at the University of Bern. Please go ahead with the recording. Thank you.
Vitondo, and I work at the Veterinary Public Health Institute at the University of Bern in Switzerland. The title of my talk is Early Warning of Infectious Disease Outbreaks in Cattle Transport Networks. And this work is a collaboration of different institutes across Europe, in Germany, France, Ireland, and Switzerland. In Western Europe, every bovine is tagged with these 2 earmarks that allow to follow them from birth to death in the different holdings where they have been. In Switzerland, we have around 20,000 active farms per month and around 6,000 submarine holdings that become active in spring and autumn when the animals have been taken up to the Alps and down to the valleys again to spend the winter. Here, the gray area is the small number of active markets. We have only around 137 markets, but some of them are of very large size. Previous work has shown that the presence of markets contributes much more to potential disease spread than all other farms and Alps. Here in this picture, the blue area is the proportion of super spreaders that are in the system that are due to the presence of markets. The so-called in degree, or the number of transports arriving at a certain holding, and the out degree, the number of transport leaving that holding, can be or not correlated. And they can also be more or less heterogeneous. In the case of in Switzerland, both the in degree and the out degree are correlated, and this makes the transport network very efficient to transport not only animals but also disease. Also, the degree heterogeneity plays a role. Here you have the inverse of the cumulative distributions of the in and the out degree for the full network in the left panels, and then excluding successively the markets, the Alps, and then finally for farms only. And you can see that it spreads across 2 or 3 orders of magnitude. This means that there are a minority of holdings that are responsible for a large share of the potential disease spread. And it is this heterogeneity the reason why researchers from network science have investigated the possibility of finding a small set of holdings that would timely and reliably detect outbreaks. We call these holdings sentinels because they act as guardians of the system. And we think this is a very promising approach for early warning of outbreaks in cattle transport networks. If I were to design such a sentinel surveillance system, I would be interested in 2 things. One, I would be interested in selecting holdings that would have a high geographical coverage, that would cover every region in my system, almost every canton. Second, I would be interested in that these holdings would act as basins, as collectors of animals, because in those collectors, the prevalence of disease would be much higher, so it would be equivalent to risk surveillance. So I would be targeting my surveillance to the holdings that have an increased prevalence. And with this idea in mind, we set the goal of our study to compare a surveillance system based on markets to one based on farms, because markets are spread across the geography and also act as basins. We aim to identify the smallest set of sentinel holdings that will reliably and timely detect emerging disease outbreaks in Swiss cattle. Instead of using a detailed disease-specific model, we aim to a proof of concept with a simplistic approach. We use a data-driven approach and simulate outbreaks with a simple SIR model on real network data. We select both farms and markets as sentinels by ranking them according to the largest sums of degrees and/or vulnerability. This one defined as the in component or the set of nodes from which a particular node can be infected. Both in terms of the number of transports and number of animals transported, markets are responsible for a large share of the total traffic in spite of being in low numbers. Here, the markets as red circles and the rest of the holdings as green triangles in our 4 times time series. Markets not only occur at regular time intervals, but also are active in each administrative region and canton, both receiving and sending animals within or between cantons. Markets also deliver directly to slaughterhouses, usually to their own canton slaughterhouse. The 5 cantons in white are cantons that did not deliver animals outside their canton, but just to their own regular slaughterhouse. Cantonal markets might be large events that occur a few times per year, but there are also many other small-scale events that occur more frequently. As mentioned already, the network shows a high degree correlation for farms and markets here in red in both pictures. And there's also a positive association between the vulnerability and the sum of the in and out degree. In this picture, we have overlaid the invasion paths from 12 different locations here in green that go via one single holding, the number 14, to a market. And you can see how it fans out after the market. But also, even though the transport to the market is channeled through one single holding, it's still collecting animals from many different locations. We have also calculated the probability of finding a market in an invasion path, and we can see that as outbreak size increases here in the horizontal axis, the relative occurrence of markets or a farm sentinel increases very rapidly. But it does so much faster for the markets than for the farm sentinels. The markets are here in red and the farm sentinels in blue. Any outbreak bigger than 80 holdings would contain one of our markets. You have to wait for the outbreak to be bigger than 230 so that it would be certain that it would contain one of the farm sentinels. With respect to detection probability, detection delay, and outbreak size of detection, the surveillance scheme based on markets always perform better than the one at farms. Detection probability increases faster for a smaller number of markets than farm sentinels. The average detection delay also becomes much shorter if we use markets. And finally, the average outbreak size at detection is smaller for the surveillance scheme based on markets with respect to the one based on farms. It is also interesting to observe that the maximum performance is achieved with a rather small number of sentinels, either markets or farms. So 85% of detection probability is achieved by using only 30 sentinel markets, and the same happens with the average detection delay. So all the three curves plateau for a rather small number of sentinels. In the next, we explore how can we maximize this detection probability. So we start with a surveillance system with our 137 markets at 86% detection probability. This will be the start of the orange curve here on the upper left corner. And we add one at a time additional farm sentinels, and we see how this detection probability increases. We can see that this probability reaches or surpasses 95% with an additional 100 or 200 farm sentinels. It does increase quite slowly. And we need to add 2,000 additional farm sentinels to achieve the 99 detection probability. This means that virtually every outbreak that would have happened in this 4 years observation period could have been detected by using the markets as sentinels and adding a fair number of other farm sentinels. The other two curves that we observe here, the red and the black line, represent the probability of an outbreak first hitting a market in red. This one declines as we add the farm sentinels, and the probability of an outbreak first hitting a farm sentinel here in black, and it does increase as we add farm sentinels. These two probabilities become equal at around 50% for both, with a system that would use 137 markets and 240 farm sentinels. But as you can see, you could design a surveillance system based on maybe 100 markets and 100 farms, and this would achieve quite decent detection probability. In conclusion, the design of animal surveillance systems greatly benefits from the use of existing abundant and detailed animal transport data, especially in the case of this highly dynamic cattle transport network as the one we have in Switzerland. Sentinel surveillance approaches can be tailored to complement existing farm risk-based and also syndromic surveillance approaches. And with this, in the name of my co-authors, I thank you for your attention and wish you a nice day.
Thank you very much, Beatrice, and all the speakers that have been presenting this afternoon for the great talks and interesting discussions. James, please, the word to you again.
Yeah, thank you, Paolo. And as you say, it's been a really interesting session of quite different talks covering a wide range of important but very different approaches to improving surveillance around animal movement. My main job now is to introduce, or I should say reintroduce, the fact that will be a jingle now, which you've heard and seen before if you were with us here earlier today. And this will precede the round table where we've got some questions that have already been posed. They've come in through the YouTube channel and through the other online, the forum for this session. So we've got some good questions, but probably some space for some other questions for all of the speakers if you're interested. So at this stage, I think Paolo and I sign off for 90 seconds or so while you listen to the jingle again and we get the round table all together. Thank you very much. Welcome back and welcome to our speakers for the round table. We're hoping that Beatrice will rejoin us. She has been broken off, I think, some technical issues for now. The very smart people among you will realize that Andrea did not speak this afternoon, but he's here to take questions for the...
I thought I was one of the smart people.
Absolutely. Here to take questions for Cécile's talk that you are part of, I think, Andrea. So Paolo, you and I are going to pose. I think you might have other questions to pose, Paolo. I've got a list of ones that have already been listed. But Paolo, if you want to ask anything as well, you should feel free to interrupt me as well. Perhaps if I can start off by asking a question for Cécile, for you, Andrea. So the question is, interesting approach, but expert elicitation has huge disadvantage, as often the opinions of experts can be rather biased. How could you control for this in the approach that you took?
We could put something like an arena and see who is going to survive, in the sense that we put many experts as possible as we can, although our main expert or reference are veterinarian services and people more on the field. But we try to have an audience when we do workshop similar that is not just one expert. Recently, we are also trying to improve the weighting process. So putting together, like making comparison and making people discuss on the different factor and give some weight, numerical weights after an agreement between the different pattern. So this is, it's not solving the bias, but at least it's trying to have how can I say, I have the term, but it's a shared vision of the problem and a shared vision of the importance. And this is something that we try to do as much as we can. So usually we have some veterinarian services, people from CIRAD or otherwise that act as a scientific advisory, and then people from, depending on the disease, people from representing farm association or parks and forestry part. So this is, we try to include as many as we can of experts.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So Francis, if I can turn to you then. So a question has been posed relating to the impact of climate change and, oh, welcome Beatrice, welcome back. We've kept questions for you, so don't worry. But based on your talk, Francis, and how extreme climatic events, and that obviously is how we're seeing many of the impacts of global climate change manifesting. What do you expect to see these patterns of commercial and pastoral movements? And I also want to ask you a supplement to that. And how do you see what I think can often be regarded as some as the political suppression of pastoralism and an inhibition of pastoralist movement impacting on all of this work and all of the outcomes? So initial question around the impact of climate change and extreme events associated with that, but also about the political, many politicians in many countries are not particularly keen on pastoralism and supporting it, and I think are doing their best to hinder a lot of this movement. I wonder whether you see that, what the outcome of that being as well.
Yeah, thank you, James, for the two questions. Yeah, the first one is on patterns of trade. Yeah, several things may happen. Yeah, one of the things is that some countries like Saudi Arabia, who import, especially from sub-Saharan African countries, if they are not able to get sufficient number of animals there, they may go and look for other sources or alternative sources. So they may go to other countries, Australia and others, but they don't source from the countries where they source without a reason. Yeah, there are reasons. In terms of cost and everything, it's convenient for them to source from there. So there might be, there might be some inefficiency associated with, the change in those patterns. Yeah. So the other question is on suppression. I think of, is it the pastoral political, something like that? Yeah, pastoral political what?
Yeah, so yeah, I think in some countries there's a lot of desire to stop pastoralists moving, as they have done for many hundreds of years. And I wonder whether you see being successful in impacting on animal movement. Yeah,
actually, it's a problem. Yeah, we have had encroachment of farming and irrigation projects in pastoral areas and blocking the movement paths that pastoralists follow. It's interesting because it may be associated with people either dropping out of pastoralism and becoming poor, going to settle in urban areas as destitutes. But for sure, we need to realize, pastoralism is an important way of life. It ensures that, water and pastures are well utilized in the rangelands, and we need to, safeguard that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Francis. That's really interesting talk and interesting answers. So I have two or three questions I'm going to combine now for Ryan. And talking about the market system that you've been studying, and I think you presented some really interesting data from Vietnam. And one of the issues, as you I'm sure know as well as many of the people listening, is that veterinary infrastructure is often quite under-resourced in many countries, and it's really a question of whether your approach can help identify this under-resourcing and to help bring these deficiencies to the attention of political leaders or international organisations that may be able to help with this, and perhaps in doing that, try and make the tools available for animal health officials in country more effectively utilised in the delivery of their veterinary services. And just a third question at the end from Maria Del Puente of EUFMD is to ask whether you're aware if any country to date has implemented policy changes based on the information generated by the tool. So something about under-resourcing, whether your tool can help present the importance of resourcing, and thinking about how animal health officials can better assess the risks, and then about the success of the tool.
Sure, thank you very much for those questions, James. So maybe just to understand a little bit about how FAO is working in these countries, and especially the countries that will be rolling out this platform in, is that we work with our local offices there who play a very close role with both the veterinary services from a technical side, but also helping to try and drive the policy side as well. And I think, as you've alluded to, there's definitely this battle that constantly occurs between policy level decisions and technical knowledge. And I'm sure just on the human side with COVID-19, we've seen this policy versus technical issues, and then complicated in a lot of these countries with underfunding, like you've brought up. So how we like to approach the introduction of this platform to the countries is actually meeting first with the chief veterinary officers who are sort of on the fence, basically, between managing technical side and policy side, to sort of explain to them what we can offer. And once we have their blessing, working more with the technical side to say, what is it that you want to be doing in your country? What sorts of interventions do you want to be able to do in the next years, but you're just not able to? And it could be from a lack of funding. A lot of times it's a policy issue as well, but we can then sort of modify this platform to reflect that. So if you brought up markets, and we do have a large market profiling or market characterization portion to this platform. But we don't want to start planning for them the ability to decide which markets are best to close in a disease outbreak, if that's not from a policy side something that they're going to be able to meet. So we try to have this quite flexible and sort of designed. A lot of these countries, they already know a lot what sort of technical things they'd like to be able to do, and so we try to just help increase the data that's already in the country for them to access. And sorry, I think there was the one question.
Yeah, the third question then related to whether policy changes have been implemented on the basis of the tool itself.
Yes, so unfortunately, this last year, like I guess for many of us,
has been a little bit more difficult. So this is where we really would have liked to expand this. So you saw the maps for Vietnam, and I guess the platform is quite unique in that everything for Vietnam and how we'd like to do this for other countries is collected by the veterinary services. So they are generating the data for us, going to markets, or in some cases mapping mobility flows. But it's not yet been utilized. So after they've entered the data and it's been validated, it's not yet been utilized to make any policy level or technical decisions that have been implemented. So no.
Yeah. It's early days still, though, for what looks like a really interesting tool, and it will be great to see it being implemented, hopefully successfully in many different countries now.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. So Beatrice, I hope I wonder if I can turn to you then. And one of the first questions that I wanted to ask you was related to earlier detection of outbreaks than you're considering, because I think often, as you know, one of the most important measures of infectious disease control is catching the outbreaks early before they get too big and become much more resource hungry to control. And I think that in a lot of the scenarios that you're considering, you were looking at outbreaks of more than 80 farms as a justification for the market-based surveillance. And my question is, isn't an outbreak of 80 farms of an important disease a failure? But actually, shouldn't we be more aiming for trying to pick up these things with kind of universal on-farm detection, which, if things can be detected based on clinical grounds rather than necessarily testing, surely can be a really important adjunct to the sort of measures that you're talking about.
I see. Well, I mean, what we wanted with this study is to show that we might be missing opportunities by ignoring the fact that prevalence could be increased at markets. So, in fact, the discovery of finding markets to perform better than farms was fortuitous. So first we were focusing on farms because those are the typical units of epidemiological interventions, and the current surveillance system is based on farms. But then the markets kept appearing, and at some point we decided, let's just show how, so it's a bit of a theoretical study, it's a bit of a change of paradigm, and it's just a proof of concept. But we thought it would be worth to show it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, no, thank you very much. And certainly, I mean, I still teach our students every year about the highly significant role that markets played in 2001 in the British foot-and-mouth disease epidemic prior to detection, where, as I think is written in every epidemiology textbook, we distributed disease through 2 markets all over the country. But as was shown earlier in the movement data from Great Britain, we do move our ruminants at a very high rate, particularly at some times of the year. But there's another question would be that's been posed is, how would you envisage the surveillance interventions to be applied in a subset of highly connected markets? Would these be equivalent to the one at farm level or differ? And which approach might be more suitable for markets, e.g. clinical, serological and syndromic? You've slightly answered the question already in your intention, but I wonder whether you can try and address it directly.
Well, I just wanted to say a short comment about the previous topic. The thing in Switzerland, I mean, I don't know how it is in the UK. I mean, I guess the markets still exist. So, I mean, obviously markets is not something that we would recommend to have in terms of disease spread. I mean, they have caused huge outbreaks, and there's a tendency, there are some countries in which markets do not exist, and there's a tendency towards more online trading, just like watching, I mean, just like farmers communicating online and doing the purchases without having to organize a market. So it's not that I'm in favor of them, but currently they just exist. So it would be, what we want to propose is that it would be very important to to have a more active surveillance on them, because once the infection is in the market, then it's going to fan out. And sorry, you need to repeat quickly your second part of the question.
Yeah, so this was, I was reading, this is something that came in from the chat.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so which approach might be more suitable for markets, whether it's clinical, serological, or syndromic?
Well, I would say that would be disease specific. So in this very first study, we just did a very general infectious process, and I think the next logical step would be to do a disease specific model, address a specific disease, and then according to that will be given by the disease. Yeah. Whether it's
sorry, thank you. The third question for you is in addition to the benefits from increased detection, how can you target a smaller set of premises? How does this translate in resource allocation and utilization compared to more traditional approaches?
Well, certainly by targeting highly connected holdings, say, either markets or highly connected farms, you will be saving huge amount of resources. So it is a little bit equivalent to do risk surveillance. So the current risk surveillance in Switzerland is already targeting places where we think there is a higher prevalence. But I think by selecting the holdings, using the full network information, we think this will be even better. So that's what we're proposing. Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm going to, Paolo, do you want to ask this question directly yourself, or are you going to, do you want me to read it out again?
As you please, James. There's no
problem.
Thank you, Beatrice. I think these questions was actually to Andrea, but could really easily relate to everyone. So we have seen different examples of how, for instance, livestock markets could be used to evaluate risks along the value chain of livestock value chain for disease transmission. And the presentation by Cecile was actually pointing out at how different risk factors could actually be used in the model. I wonder if also, let's say, control measures that are applied at these key points along the value chain or increased surveillance, as was just mentioned now by Beatrice and James, could actually be factored in this model. It could help in looking at the variations of the risks based on these measures introduced.
Yeah, I answer for Cecilia. Yeah, we included the fact if vaccination was done in any of the area that we are studying, and also if there is any difference between regions. I don't know, vaccination was done more intensive in one area or in another one, and we introduced this as an inverse of a risk factor. So if vaccination has been done, we say that this was going to contribute as a different risk factor, but as a protective one. So if there was no vaccination, this was a risk factor and was put as one, and vice versa. If there was vaccination, or if there is some level of vaccination, it was introduced as a factor reduced, as a risk factor reduced. Another important point was the presence of veterinary services, and actually if they were present a lot or not. This was introduced as a protective factor or as an opposite to a risk factor in the approach. I think in the initial one, this wasn't done because when the analysis was done, they didn't have any information about vaccination. Yeah, in other workshop, we consider these two factors. And
Thank you, Andrea. James, if I can, just one last comment. Really, I think this relates both to the fascinating talk by Eugenio and maybe also to some extent to the presentation by Ryan. I mean, when you discussed, Eugenio, about this bring the code to the data approach, just a curiosity or interest in knowing. Obviously, this requires also a certain level of computational background and quantitative understanding by people that are users, so providing the data and the parameters and then interpreting the outputs. My question would be, or comment would be, how applicable do you think this is already at the European level? And if you have experience of this being already used by stakeholders.
Yeah, thank you. So indeed, it has been used among all the people who share the data and share their knowledge in this project involving 13 countries. This is exactly what we did. So we have on board people who already have high computational expertise and people who have let's say, a lower degree of a computational expertise, and we managed to, let's say, release between among us something that was usable by these different categories. In order to release it publicly, scale it up, there is in principle no problem because the computational power needed is not huge. I mean, these data are large, but they can be handled even without clusters. So a big hurdle would be if this analysis required a huge computational power, because this is not something that you can provide people, either they have it or not. So that's not a problem. The problem would be to release really something that's a software that has let's say, a good user interface that doesn't require technical knowledge. In order to do that, we will need to partner up with software development people, of course. So that will be done. We're not at that stage yet, but in principle, it can be done. It's just a matter of getting the right people involved who can turn our software into something that really requires some clicks or something that's a bit more than that. But yeah, there are no technical things that, let's say, impair this.
Thank you. Back to you, James. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paolo. Eugenio, your data that you presented to us, which demonstrated such huge differences between countries within Europe, really posed, I think, interesting challenges for science at the kind of the science and political boundary. It's absolutely clear that some trading patterns are far riskier in terms of disease transmission in some countries than others, but yet farmers in countries with lower trading patterns manage their businesses economically very well. Should we be moving more into the political area and point out those differences? Well, one of the things that always strikes me is and this is a huge issue for endemic disease control, not least bovine TB in Britain. Cattle movement is a massive issue. Should we be calling this more and using these data to try and challenge farmers, or should we be saying this is a traditional approach that our farming industries have adopted, and we should just accept it and work around it? Because I think sometimes the data that you presented are so powerful when they compare between countries. Because when you just look at movement data within one country, there's no comparator. Whereas you demonstrated something really interesting there.
I can add, I think that a result that's I think relevant to what you were saying. At some point in my presentation, I hinted at the fact that we sort of tested the reliability of the epidemic threshold as a good metric for vulnerability by looking at brucellosis outbreaks in the south of Italy. So I gave just one half of the story, which was in areas of Italy in which brucellosis is endemic, then vulnerability correlates well with the number of recorded outbreaks. But one other thing is that, and of course this relates to Italy only, but I think it's a good point to make, is that brucellosis is endemic only in the south of Italy, not in the north of Italy. But if you measure vulnerability in the north of Italy, it's much higher than in the south because the market has completely different structure. So we actually correlated vulnerability and this time the market value of cattle. So there's, again, this, I just want to put these out because of this interlink between economy, politics, and vulnerability to the spread of diseases. So this means also that something that even so the market is already self-adapting to the fact that where it's more vulnerable, there must be more control in some sense. On the other hand, we also have, and again, to get back to your observation, we have different examples in different European countries that deal with things differently, and that could be extended. For example, again, I'm not speaking for all the countries because things change, and I'm not sure. But for example, some places use markets as physical places, and also Beatrice talked a lot about markets as being the key place, and indeed they are. And some other countries, I think, again, if I remember well, Sweden has no markets in a sense that markets are places that occur virtually. So indeed, we should make a point that, and you can see these things as Beatrice shown, reflecting in the network and reflecting in the vulnerability. So we already, it's not about, suggesting something that's totally, I don't know, scientific, and a scientific idea that it's not implementable because you just can ask your neighbors and even within the European Union. So I think there are a lot of things in this way that can be done. And again, for example, the way you deal with markets or can indeed be an example. One other example that comes into my mind are standstill that I think are enforced in the United Kingdom, and maybe not the same way in the whole United Kingdom, but you have different examples. You can see how this shapes the network. And if I remember correctly, Professor Roland Cow worked on that. So that's also something that you could, if effective, translate to other countries. There are a lot of, you don't have to maybe to design something that's rocket science to.
No, thank you. And I think what your data showed very nicely is that we need to try and bring some control to the market system for cattle in Britain because of the really high rate of trading that maybe not quite as high as Southern Ireland, as Ireland, but nonetheless there is something quite distinct about the trade in our islands. So Paolo, I think it's you then me.
Yes, unfortunately, we have to finish this very interesting conversation. I think we are coming to the end of the day, James. And I would like to thank you, James, immensely for the great, management of the whole day. It has been fantastic, as well as really the great speakers. Thank you very much to each of you. I would like just to close giving a reminder that the open session will be back on Thursday morning, and you will be able to follow the live sessions either in the virtual room or on YouTube or on Facebook. And from today from 5 o'clock, if you missed the morning session or you would like to see again some parts of this afternoon session, you can find the recordings and the links in the virtual page. So we hope this first day was satisfactory, and we are looking forward to seeing you back.
Paolo, thank you very much indeed. And I just would like to finish by thanking you, by thanking Filippo, and all of the team, Carissa, this morning, who've done so much to make this session such a success, and it's great to see the diversity of science, of the highest standards being presented at this conference here today. So this marks the end of session 1 of the open session. There will be a resumption of the open session on the 10th of December, and the talks are going to be streamed in the virtual rooms, and where the posters were going to be visible on YouTube and also on Facebook. I think the fact that all of these vehicles for transmission have been so successful today, and I'm sure there've been 1 or 2 teething problems, but really congratulations to the team for seeing us through and allowing the great science to be transmitted around the world in this way. We've had hundreds of people listening on the different channels. We all feel alone when we sit in our offices when we are alone, but actually it's fantastic that so many hundreds of us have been here together in the same place virtually. Thank you very much. I think that's us over and out.
Thank you. Bye-bye.